Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Running a couple of minutes late. Had a little mishap on the road this morning. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from closingprint.com. It's Tuesday, the 28th of May. We're a couple of minutes into the trading day. Okay, let me get my Thinkorswim up and running. Oh, that's running already. Okay, cool. Okay, it's going to take me a couple of minutes. Good thing the first 15 minutes I'm not doing much of anything except taking profits off the table anyway and reassessing the markets. Right now, let me just get this up and running. Okay, so if you could help me out with what's most actives in the trading room, this kind of threw me off. I'm used to a workflow that is interrupted when you have issues with your car. Okay. What's going on? Thinkorswim. Okay, got to reboot this, I guess. All right. Okay. So hope everyone had a good Memorial Day weekend. Okay. Yeah, so I had an underinflated tire, and that blew out just before dropping the kid off for school. So he missed school. He's not really worried about it. Let's see. Okay. Trading view. All right. Takes me like 10 minutes to get everything up and running in the morning.
By the way, interesting, Jim. I mean, Texas Instruments, which we reported on, Elliott taking that $2.5 billion stake. Typically, by the way, it's not just stock. They often use swaps, but ultimately in economics, they $2.5 billion. They're saying, hey, you can do a lot to improve your free cash flow. Stock's doing nothing. Absolutely nothing. Flat. Are you serious? Yeah. Okay. I mean, but it may be in part because you said how Texas Instruments not interested in. They're like, yeah, fine. Keep your opinion to yourself. And Elliott can buy more. Elliott has never been known to say,
Okay, S&P 5303. We know that we need to stay above 5300. We pinned there on Friday. All right, that was Kia. The K5 has racing tires on it, so GT. Those are expensive. Okay, Google pulling back. All right, Google, let's see. Netflix, we're looking for Netflix to follow through. Looking for a bounce in Netflix. Tesla, pull back a little bit too. NVIDIA, hanging out at the highs. NVIDIA on the watch list. Targets for NVIDIA are noted on the watch list. AMD pulling back a little bit. So it looks like we're just going to take it easy to start. Okay, let me just check the sectors, see who's doing the best. All right, sector-wise. First off, mic check, mic check. Everybody hear me okay? Mic check. Okay, S&P sitting here, pulling back a little bit. Okay, looking for a bounce. So Friday, it looked like prices were pretty much accepted by the bulls and the bears. We pinned right at 5,300. Okay, last week we were taking some profits off into strength, looking for maybe some weakness. Don't see any weakness yet. Just hanging out at 5,300. So just monitoring the markets. Let's see the sectors. We were 50-50 on the sectors. Leading or crude oil. Well, we got semiconductors doing well thanks to NVIDIA again. AMD. Let's see. NASDAQ 100 is 70% red, 30% green. Okay. So NASDAQ 100. Semis and what was it? Crude oil? U.S. Energy. VIX on the move. VIX is at 1278. Okay. Okay, ARM Holdings. That's one that we were looking at as well. ARM. Okay, UNG. Watching UNG start to climb. Give it a few minutes for the markets to settle down. Always a good idea. Wait till about 10 o'clock. Reassess the markets. See what the markets have in store for us today. Okay, Tesla's starting to turn. Tesla's starting to turn. Tesla shorts covering. Tesla shorts covering. Let's see. Netflix. Netflix still dropping off a bit. 650 is a major level. So we're looking for it to bounce. Netflix. Okay, what's that? What are the FANG stocks doing? Okay, let's take a look at FANG. We also looked at Intel as a potential trade. Okay, Intel for a swing. Okay, so Intel is a triple bottom. You've got a stop nearby. So if you take a stop at say 29.70 or so, 29.70, gives you a $2 stop. So just shy, what up, 8% stop. So maybe a stop under Friday's low rather than the ultimate low here or today's low. If you're taking it today, it looks like we're going to follow through. Bollinger Bands are pretty tight. Intel's a good setup. Okay, Intel's a good setup. I'm probably going to do something in addition to what I already have. I have January 40 calls on Intel. So a little bit out of the money right now, but got plenty of time. We'll see. There's a lot of other things that are moving a lot better. VIX is higher, S&P is lower. Okay. Let me just tip this lady that gave me the ride. Okay, Jennifer, for a 2-minute drive, you just made $5 tip. I know it doesn't seem like a lot. I guess Uber drive. I'm not sure. Do you know? Don't know anyone that is an Uber driver. I wouldn't take the risk personally, but I guess if you need the money. All right. So watching NVIDIA hanging out at 1118. 1118. Looks like it wants to keep going. I hate not being in a position on NVIDIA, but it's just too easy for this to drift lower. I'm looking for the split, the 10-for-1 split to open a new position for my kids that they won't need to touch for a couple of years. Imagine if you had bought if we had bought NVIDIA at 33.55 when we first started the trading room and we didn't sell anything. We just kept the shares and let it go. Obviously, in hindsight, it's always easier, but 33.50 up to $1,100. All right, so Leestar posting NVIDIA. Big bounce, consolidation. The thing I liked about NVIDIA, as you know, we were talked about this over the last couple of weeks. NVIDIA going into earnings was consolidating. It went sideways for over 12 weeks and finally broke higher on earnings. Just about everybody you talked to was very negative. Institutions, they are buying for good reason. NVIDIA will continue to improve. Imagine the AI that they've got in their R&D, developing new ideas. I can't even imagine what it would be like to be part of their technology department. R&D. Anyway, Facebook's holding up fairly well. It's flat, right? Meta is off $1. Netflix is off 280. Apple is up. Looking for Apple to follow through, push higher. The FANG stocks are flat for the most part. Google, what's Netflix doing? Netflix, I always just said Netflix is down. Apple hanging in there. All right. All right, so we continue to fade. S&P continues to fade. All right, Dell did push higher. It is dipping a little bit. Dell starting to bounce now. Watch Dell. Looking for the follow through. We got GameStop pushed a bit higher. GameStop up 12% on the day. So looking for shorts to cover more on GameStop. Tesla. Okay, looking for a bounce on Tesla. Have an iron condor on Tesla. And it took a call position as well, the 200, 205 for the second week of June. Looking for Tesla to bounce and follow through. If not, the iron condor pays for it. So it'll be a scratch trade. Hopefully this all works out pretty well. All right, VXX. I took calls in VXX. When was it? Like Wednesday? Actually, it was right before the Fed minutes. So we took some VIX calls looking for VIX at historic levels. Basically, the lows. Well, first of all, December was a similar low, December. And prior to that was the COVID low, right before COVID 2020. VIX hit 11 and change. So VXX calls, not a bad idea. Just give yourself enough time. Okay. S&P cash. All right. So still looking for a bounce. Okay, Dell, watch Dell. Looking for Dell to bounce a bit more. Dell. Okay, so let's take a look. Let's take a look at Dell. Dell's starting to turn. Dell. Let's see what Rick has to say. Consumer confidence. Wow. Number since March, we're at 103.10, which underscores how weak last month's drop was. Now, if we look at the present situation, it pops up from a slightly revised 140.6, which, by the way, was the weakest number since Nova of last year, and it pops up to 143.10. Also, the
the strongest number only since March because we had such a big drop last month. And finally, expectations. 74.6. That's the best number since February, not March. And last month, 66.4 becomes 68.8. Was still the weakest number going back to July.
All right, so consumer confidence jumped to 102. Was pretty low last time around. All right, starting to bounce by starting to bounce. Shorts covering for now. All right, Dell, watch Dell. Dell looks good. All right, starting to climb. Watch Dell's price action. Okay, Dell, you can see this consolidation on Dell. That'd be a good place to sell some credit spreads. Let me take a look at that. Why is IV so high on Dell? Let me just go check what's going on with Dell. Okay, Dell. Okay, Dell. All right, so they report this week. Why did I think they reported recently? All right, so Dell on the move reports on Thursday. Okay, Dell starting to move higher. Airbnb, watch Airbnb. Airbnb on the move. Lee Star. Okay, there goes Airbnb, looking good. Airbnb. So we want to be out of Dell before Thursday, obviously. Airbnb reports August the 2nd. It just reported on May the 8th. I say just, it reported recently on May 8th. Here is their numbers. Airbnb looks pretty good. Okay, so Dell's climbing. All right, let's see, Dell. Okay, Dell starting to climb. See if this can follow through. Okay, Airbnb. Airbnb on the move. So Dell, I'm looking at potentially selling some credit spreads on Dell. So AAA was pretty inexpensive. I have just a basic membership, but they only charge like a couple of bucks per mile. There goes Airbnb. Boom. Okay, Airbnb. Okay, nice reversal on Airbnb. Airbnb looks good. Bullish. Looks like a bear flag on the S&P. Dell, let's see, Dell looks the best. Dell is looking good. Let's see. Let's go 2 weeks out on Dell. 531. No, I'll go out June. June 14th. June 14th. Maybe even June 7th. June 7th. Let's see what those look like. Oh, that's earnings, right? They have earnings.
important to slow the pace of balance sheet runoff as reserves approach ample levels. In my view, we are not at that point yet. Barring, and then she said that she thinks the economy is strong. We need to continue to shrink the balance sheet. But the thing is, it's already been decided, so they've already announced that they are going to start going from letting.
All right, Dell, Qualcomm. Okay, I have a put credit spread on Qualcomm. I'm probably going to add to that at some point. Qualcomm. Okay, Qualcomm. The 198. No, 197.50, 195. Qualcomm. That was something that Schwab Network mentioned. Let me just see what I got here. All right, it's still early. So if you're looking for trades, you're anxious, I would suggest slowing down a little bit. Qualcomm. Okay, Qualcomm. Okay, let me update this. Let's see. Okay, Qualcomm, I took the 197.50, 197.50 last week. All right, below that red candle, 197.50. And the 195. Okay, 195, 197.50. And that's for June 21st. 06/21. This is still a good trade, by the way. Okay. If you get another little dip back to 205 or so, maybe that or a little bit lower.
Meantime, the S&P Nasdaq coming out 5 straight weeks of gains. Our next guest is tweaking some weightings and rankings. Joining us this morning is Oppenheimer Asset Management's Chief Investment Strategist, John Spuckles. John, it's great to have you back. 5,500.
All right, so just make sure I check a few things here.
Within the S&P, it's outperformed a good number of sectors here. So we brought it up to a market perform, but we still stick with favorite sectors like technology, consumer discretionary, which we think has been hit much too much based on the resilience of the consumer. In addition to that, we like industrials, communication services, and financials. So we feel comfortable with this. And of course, the industrials, because this is the year we're going to see some spending, hopefully, of all that money that's been allocated to the infrastructure build out.
Right. Is the Fed an overriding factor in your playbook, or at this point, are you trying to design one that'll work whether it's higher for longer or we get a cut sooner rather than later?
You know, Carl, we've been big fans of the Fed, unlike a lot of our peers. We have felt that the Fed this cycle has been remarkably sensitive in applying its mandate.
All right, so that's Qualcomm. All right, so that's a good looking trade. So that's going to continue most likely, provided we don't have a meltdown in the markets. Okay, that's Qualcomm.
And as a result of that, we think the Fed is bringing this thing in so far without a recession that they be able to do it, bring it in without a recession. And this should be good for stocks and revenues and earnings growth, particularly earnings growth, remarkably well. If you look at Q1, 8 sectors positive.
All right, Qualcomm, Airbnb, still going, Airbnb. Okay, Airbnb, still going, looking good. Little consolidation now at the highs, Airbnb.
and in that, that would take away some of the stigma.
Okay, Airbnb, I have some July 155 calls.
And then the youth's also a big play in terms of AI and the electric grid, which they're likely to benefit from. But that's a longer term play. We think that's why we did get crazy and do an outperform for the year for the youth.
We're never going back to utilities. We're only going to
Airbnb, I have the July 19th calls. I'll be adding to those most likely.
Is it happening as I mentioned the GDP revision for first quarter? So if GDP is weakening, labor market is weakening, and earnings growth is strengthening.
Let's see how that GDP number actually comes out as we go through the quarter, and any revisions that need to be made. But when we
Okay, Airbnb looks good. All right, so we got more shorts covering. So does it turn out to be bear flags, or do we follow through? S&P looks like shorts covering, but could be a bear flag. So just be aware that we could move lower. We filled the gap, so that's good. Markets seem to be very twitchy. VIX is at the highs. I'm still thinking, actually have a lot of reasons, 11 reasons to be bullish. 11 reasons to be bullish, only 6 neutral and 3 are bearish. The one bearish was the crossover on the sectors. Okay, sector-wise, we got XLY, XLP. Okay, these moving averages are starting to separate. So the shorter-term moving average is accelerating. We want to see that turn up soon if you're bullish. Let's take a look at junk bonds. Junk bonds will tell us appetite for risk is neutral at the moment. It's above the 50-day, so I'd call this neutral to slightly bullish. But I'd be cautious. We could, it looks like a bear flag moving lower right now. So all of last week, we were taking profits off into strength. I have no position in NVIDIA. I would like to get back into NVIDIA, but at this point, no point until it the split goes into effect. Once it splits 10 for 1, I'm going to open up positions for my kids, both of them. Probably 50 shares to start, eventually 100 shares of NVIDIA. And I'll probably take a position in my 401k and start trading it in my trading account. Probably start with some option plays. We'll see. Once it splits, we'll see how it bases. So there's no hurry on NVIDIA. What I would like to see is semiconductors stay strong like they were last week. Okay, so semiconductors are continuing to run the upper band. Standard deviation 3 is the gold colored line. That's standard deviation 3. That's the right tail. The right tail, if you turn the bell curve vertical so that the right tail and the left tail are the calls and puts, left and right. Okay, so what the hell is he talking about? Okay. Okay, so whenever a option trader or a service like Brent's over at Spot Gamma, whenever they're talking the right tail, they're talking about the call side. Left tail is the put side. Okay, we're looking for the right tail and look for prices to expand in that direction. Let's see. Don't want that. Okay, so SMH, we're looking for it to run the upper bands, the right tail. So Bollinger Bands opening up, top and bottom. RSI is showing strength of trend. Volume indicates institutions are still buying, accumulating shares. MACD is above its signal line, and Stochastics embedded. Stochastics embedded, all that's telling you is that prices are closing in the upper half of the daily range, which you would expect once it broke out of this channel above the 50-day and started running the upper band. So Stochastics can stay embedded a lot longer than bears can endure the pain. The main thing I'm watching right now is RSI, strength of trend, and MACD, bulls and control. You can see a taller histogram bar and watching volume. All right, so semiconductors look good. Semiconductors look good. Let's take a look at some of the other names like Supermicro, which I'm very interested in. ASML, who makes the machines that make the chips. Micron looked pretty good, right? Okay, cup and handle, very brief cup and handle, about 8 weeks total. So a breakout above 132 would indicate institutions are still buying. Look for the volume. Volume is so-so. See the volume over here? Looked a lot better. Like to see volume like that again on Micron. Airbnb looking really good. 2 days off of the 200-day. Mentioned this one on Friday, but also a couple of weeks ago, Lee Star was looking at this. It dipped to the 200-day support. Volume showed up. MACD is about to cross. So a lot of people will take this crossover as a signal and just do that. MACD cross bullish, MACD cross bearish. Okay. Simple strategy. RSI is rising now. So that's agreeing with what we're looking for. Volume is increasing. So that looks really good. Airbnb looked good with a follow through. Price action is strong. You have June 175s. For Dell. Okay. Dell 175s. It's kind of far out of the money. Let's see what the 170s. 175. What expiration, Sharky? What expiration? Okay, the 175s are 37 delta for the 31st.
It is interesting, leading edge chips get all the love and attention, but it is a reminder of how much embedded analog is in the stack already and how much we depend on it now. It's a great point, Carl. And 300 millimeter, which is what they are building, continue to build fabs.
June 21st? Okay, let me look at June 21st. June 21st. Okay, that's good. That's good. June 21st is good. Okay, that's a June. That's a 41 delta. That's good. All right, so you got a 40% probability of being in the money by June.
Great company, 15-year plans are great, but a lot of investors are not going to be hanging around to see the impact of it. So, talk about long-term plans. Intel's another one as well that's saying, kind of, here we got to spend a lot of the money now. We're going to get the return.
Okay, so SPY still looks like a bear flag. Okay, we're going to keep an eye on SPY for a few minutes. Yes, excuse me, S&P 500 cash. S&P 500 cash. You can see that for the last 9 trading days, we've just been cruising along at 5,300. Okay, I didn't get a chance to update the gamma. I'll do that right now. Gamma. Okay, let me just update gamma real quick. All right, let me get some gamma going here. Hope everybody had a good weekend. It was nice to have an extra day off. Okay, so 5,300 support, resistance 5,321. So in the weekend video, I noted that the range for the week was pretty tight. The implied move for the week was pretty tight, where it's been recently +7, +8. It's +5 this week, I believe. If you check the watch list and look at the column top center, target expected move, we got $4.95 in move expected for the week on SPY. That's pretty small. Usually we would see that 7 or 8 when volatility is high. Volatility, VIX is still at 1278, so not expecting a big move. We are consolidating right along this 9-day range, right at 5,300. Very sticky in this area. Very sticky. Okay, you can see why at this point 5,300 is the most calls and puts. Below this, 5,250 has built, and so has 5,350. You remember when I was talking about puts above 5,300, 5,325, that we needed to see more puts building? You can see puts are building here at 5,350 and also 5,450. Okay, the blue are puts. All right, so we want to see this fill in like it is over here to the left of 5,300. So long as we continue to hold above 5,300 this week would be good. Maybe a test 5,325 and then 5,350 can build a little bit more. So that looks pretty good. Just waiting for markets to settle down. It's still early. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. We're 55 minutes into the trading day. It's 10:25 on the East Coast, the best coast. It's Tuesday, the 28th. And just waiting for markets to settle down. Let's take a look at the New York FANG index. The 10 stocks that make up the New York FANG index broke higher last week. Okay, this looks like it's going to break out. Look at the New York FANG live.
Hey, Carl. Yeah, a group of well-known investors involved in this deal: Andreessen Horowitz, Fidelity, Sequoia Capital, among many others. But let's go over the numbers first. $6 billion being raised here at a $24 billion valuation. And the pitch that Musk was giving to those investors, according to a report over the weekend from the information, XAI will run on what they're calling a supercomputer, which, if you read between the lines, just sounds like Oracle's cloud packed with a bunch of NVIDIA chips they plan to buy. And XAI's main product, of course, is a chatbot called Grok. Musk pitches it as a chatbot with some humor to it, and it's open source as well. And to put this mega fundraise into perspective for you guys, we just got through 2 weeks of AI announcements from OpenAI, Google.
Okay, so this looks pretty good for the New York FANG index. New York FANG, 10 stocks. 10 stocks. So we'll be looking for these stocks to continue. There goes Dell. Dell's starting to push a bit higher. I would exit before earnings, maybe keep a little bit on if you're rolling the dice. All right, there goes Amazon. Amazon's up 82 cents. Amazon up 82 cents. NVIDIA is up 50 bucks. Wow, just like that, 50 bucks. And it's still just chopping around here. Netflix back to green, looks like. I have to take a look at Boeing in a few seconds. All right, so we got a 10% expected move on Dell. Expected move.
I mean, my understanding was, I talked to some people when they were making the pitch, Stephen, a number of weeks back. They were talking about potentially a large facility in, I think, million square feet, full of H100s.
Right.
So to your point, there's a lot of that $6 billion going to NVIDIA to obviously help power whatever it is.
Dell expected move 182 is the upside, and the downside is 150. Wow, that's pretty big.
That he was raising the $6 billion. He just announced he's raising. So there's a lot of that. A lot of the money is going to go to tech talent too, as well. There was some interesting beef going back and forth on X over the weekend between Jan LeCun, who is Meta's head of AI, talking about this. Just a lot of skepticism around what Musk is doing here. But hey, he was able to raise.
Yeah, me too, Corey. I'm thinking about buying buying shares. I have actually, you know what? There's no reason to buy shares. Nothing's really changed on Intel for me. I have the January 40 call. What I'll probably do is buy something a little closer to the money. What's implied volatility on Intel? Intel, I like it a lot. I like it a lot. Okay, Intel is looking good, actually. What's implied vol? Implied vol is 31. Okay, so here's the deal. Let's say Intel starts to pick up. It's underpriced right now, it seems like. If implied volatility starts to pick up, hold on one second. Dumont, New Jersey. Who is this? Hold on a second. Dumont. I love these cold calls. Dumont, New Jersey, calling me in South Carolina, calling about the request for the remodel, bathroom remodel. Yeah, I don't think so. Bad info. All right, watching Intel. All right, so okay, Intel. Let's see. Intel has an expected move. Let's go out to. Let me go out to January. January. Okay, by January. They're only expecting a 20% move. So, based on implied volatility. So, if implied volatility can increase, if there's some news or a catalyst, we could see something beyond 40. Right now, they're forecasting or an expected move of a move to 37 on the upside, 24 on the downside. So, yeah, so options make a lot of sense because if you buy something close to the money, say the 30 or the 3250, maybe 33. Let me go look at January. So what I'm trying to get at is implied volatility has room to increase. So if something happens with Intel, it's already pretty low. So 37% is pretty low for January. Okay, there's a lot of open interest at 3250 and 35. Okay, so yeah, Intel. There's a lot of open interest at the 40 strike, which is what I have. And that was the reason. Okay, so 1 month out. Let's see, July. Let's see, June.
Other companies that are just getting involved, right, will not see the same kind of step up. This really was a unique opportunity for NVIDIA. But, looking to the software side too, a company like ServiceNow, which we own in our growth strategy, is a company that's deploying applications enabled by AI. And so it's really hard to sort of get your head around some of these multiples because a lot of the earnings and the cash flow is ahead of these companies. And so, this is an unusual time. It does take thoughtfulness about which companies really have developed applications that customers are paying for. So those are a few examples.
Hey, Joanne, there's been some chatter that to the degree that there's a risk of a melt up, a lot of that's going to come from retail participating a lot more in equities. We've got
Okay, so that looks good.
Are back, Nvidia splitting 10 for 1. Are you in that school?
Yeah, we tend to think that the market's going to be driven, more by the institutional investor. I think that the 10-for-1 split at Nvidia and other companies have done something similar. It really helps the employees.
Oh, that's
It enables them to
March.
give
March.
them, stock options, et cetera,
Okay.
in the company. We think that's
Okay,
important.
so the New York FANG Index looks good. S&P is still sitting here. So the bulls and the bears are pretty much in agreement at this point.
Is the strength of the consumer. And while we
Intel's still climbing.
pile of savings to work off of, they still are basically seeing a world in which they can get jobs if they want them, where their nominal wages are still keeping now ahead of inflation. So the spending power of the consumer is still pretty solid. But on the flip side, there are those concerns about how much they're borrowing against paydays coming up in the future through those new apps. There's concerns about credit card balances, although relative to income, they're not at high levels. Some segments of the consumer are clearly suffering, and we're seeing that in the reports from some of the retailers who are talking about a little bit more price sensitivity among their shoppers.
Joanne, thank you. Appreciate it.
You bet.
After the break, 10 reasons.
Okay, Intel.
Most the outlook for rates, according to Apollo's chief economist. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back on Walk on the Street. Dow down 135. The S&P 500 is just barely positive thanks to the gain in information technology stock. That's what's keeping the Nasdaq going strong. Communication services also up today. We'll be right back.
All right, so Intel looking better. You got the 40 strike has 66,000 in open interest. Okay, and what are they? I paid at 150 for those. They're going for 130, so I'm off 20 bucks. I'm going to add to that position. All right. Okay, let me, I have to make a phone call real quick, folks. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. Sorry for the interruptions this morning, folks. Okay, so Intel is on the move. Intel pushing a bit higher. We got the SPY bouncing, bear flags being negated. We're looking for prices to continue higher on the S&P. Looking for the S&P to continue. Need to stay above 5,300. Okay, we need to stay above 5,300. Okay. All right, so let's go take a look at Super Trend. All right, so we can see the Bollinger Band's pretty tight for the most part. Are watching the 0-day setup. Okay, put that over there. Okay, 0-day is in the middle of the Bollinger Bands. Vald is flat to slightly bullish. We've got up volume leading about 2-1. 2-1 on the IWM, 2-1 on the diamonds. I'd be looking at IWM because it didn't perform very well last week. It was off over 1%. So maybe something going on with IWM that we can capitalize on. Okay, 5,300. We want to stay above that. So we're starting to move back above VWAP. There goes Intel. Intel's on the move. All right, the verticals maybe 30, 35, something like that. Intel on the move. Okay, so I'm looking at maybe Intel's looking really strong here. Okay, cool. Intel is ripping to the upside, looking good. Oh, shoot, I doubled up. I already had a double position. Wow, I wasn't paying attention. That's okay. I'm still got the same thesis on Intel. I had 10 calls already, and I was going to add only 5, but I wound up adding another 10. So those are going to do well. All right, so that's good. We're looking for Apple to continue. NVIDIA is up 53, showing no signs of stopping. Putting the pain on the bears, NVIDIA. Okay, HubSpot, nice one, nice one. I believe acceleration's in HubSpot, right? Okay, Intel doing really well. Intel. Okay, watch the 0-day setup. 0-day is looking pretty good. Okay, NVIDIA looking very strong. NVIDIA. Okay, NVIDIA looking very strong, very bullish. Damn. I had a nice consolidation this morning too. Hit that 1108, 1109 level and bounced. Damn. I wanted to do something there, but I have to wait until the split. NVIDIA looking like it's going to break out. NVIDIA is going to run. NVIDIA is going to run, folks. Watch NVIDIA here. All right, so S&P is still bouncing a bit. What's IWM look like? IWM. Okay, that's all right. IWM, another hammer. Okay, let's go look. New York FANG looks good. New York FANG looks good. Okay, it looks like we're going to break out, folks. New York FANG looks like a breakout looming. All right, nice job there, Stephen. Nice job on AMD. AMD, nice pop on AMD, looking good. Excuse me for coughing in your ear. Intel, what kind of action do we got on Intel? Something's going on with Intel. Let's go to the daily. Let's see what somebody needs to buy this out. I like Corey's idea of a buyout. All right, let's see the news. Intel. China establishes a third fund with $47.5 billion to bolster semiconductor industry. China is so far behind the semiconductor industry. One of the reasons behind taking over Taiwan. Qualcomm still going. Airbnb looking good. Intel's at the high. Netflix looking for the breakout on Netflix. If we can get Netflix to go, 650. Netflix needs to get above 650. Netflix. We get above 650, we can see 655. All right, next Netflix, if we can get above 650, that would do well. Okay. Airbnb. GameStop. GameStop is trying to go here. Yeah, I remember you saying so. Nice job on HubSpot. Google buying out HubSpot. Buying or merging? What are they doing? Merging it into their company, buying shares. What are they doing on HubSpot? GameStop's trying to go.
They were just too expensive too. I think possibly part of it as well. Am I crazy, Carolina? Or did like, I mean, I don't know.
Dell looking good.
I don't know what the problem is. Like, this is not.
Dell.
No, I mean, I have a lot of
Dell's trying to go. Dell earnings on Thursday. Okay, so S&P is still sitting here. S&P cash. Okay. Qs. Qs. Okay, Qs look better. All right, so we'll keep an eye on the Qs for now. Qs look better. Wouldn't take much to push us over this 461 level. New York Fang looks good. Okay, Dell. Woo, Dell looks good.
Amazing stuff. Retail, fascinating, but Jim Common showing us that it all adds up, really. Okay, thanks, guys. Kevin Lewis, Alex Coffey. Thank you for joining Morning Trade Live. We'll see you this afternoon. This morning,
Dell.
accelerate your market knowledge and shift your perspective into cold real-time example trade, full hours of trading. I'm Tom White. I'm covering this. Catch me out there at market. Weekdays at noon on the South. Fast market, ready for you, ready for you. 4 p.m. Eastern on the Swap Network.
I'm Nicole Petalini, live from New York Stock Exchange. Catch me on Swap Network, available anytime, anywhere, any device, for free. Swap Network.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking. The checking account good for investors. Named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 5 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you. With no more for service fees or account limits. Unlimited ATM fees for cash withdrawals worldwide. No overdraft fees.
All right, Dell. All right, there goes NVIDIA. Holy shit, there goes NVIDIA. Oh my gosh, look at look at this damn thing go. NVIDIA. Wow. Wow, that's impressive. Big move on NVIDIA. Okay, so sorry, Bears. Oh, wow. Look at NVIDIA. Wow. The Qs. All right. Nice start to the week.
bigger. In the meantime, take a look at the market mix, but I will say for this month of May, the S&P is up 5.5%. The Nasdaq is over 8%. Right now, the S&P is at 5308. The Nasdaq at 18,858 units worth of percent. The Dow pulled back 1.31%. The Russell Compound was a quarter of 1%. Tech, energy, utilities, all doing really well today. Here's a look right now at this level.
Nvidia, a little selling into that strength. Okay. Tesla pulling back. It's off $3.90. I got an iron condor on Tesla, but I do have some calls too. I'm looking for it to push higher. Okay, Dell looks good. Dell, Intel doing well. All right, so we're still waiting for the S&P to do something. It's stuck here at 5,300. Oracle, that looked good too. Intel, Oracle.
Good morning, Richie. With you. Yeah, it's a challenging time, I think, right now for market participants because there's so many different, conflicting signals. I think the real sort of longer-term trend here is an economy that is slowing. A lot of resilience has been drained. And so I think going forward, we're likely to see more volatility, not less. What we've seen this year thus far, that the volatility has been driven by a lot of uncertainty in the U.S., particularly interest rate uncertainty. And that, locally, a lot of currency uncertainty, and then we see some geopolitical risk and geopolitical uncertainty as well. Those are all trends that I see continuing throughout the rest of the year. We're in this period right now where we don't know exactly sort of what terminal rates will be as different central banks are trying to start thinking about cutting policy rates. And on top of that, the geopolitical reality just seems to be one in which we're going to have.
All right, so it looks like Citron covered their GameStop short at a loss. Okay, so all right, that makes a lot of sense. GameStop still going. Looks good. Tight Bollinger Japan is looking for a break to the upside. GameStop. So it's like they covered their shorts for a loss. Is that today? Is this news from today? I could probably tell. Yeah. 229. Oh, that's a weird. That's an old. That's 21. Okay, so I should have just paid attention. Okay. No. Okay. Yeah, S&P still hanging out. Doesn't look like it wants to follow through to the upside yet. GameStop looks like it's just ready to rip. It has a doji on the daily on the right, bottom right. Doji. If this starts to go, shorts will start to cover. Let me take a look here. GameStop. All right, that looks pretty good. Volume starting to pick up. GameStop. MACD starting to turn as a function of price. Intel. Go Intel. What's Boeing doing? Boeing. Okay, I got distracted updating Gamma. Sorry about that. Yeah, most of the Gamma is at 5,300, 530 SPY, 5,300 S&P cash. $5,300 has been major resistance. Okay, Tuesday. Yeah, I was going to say, if you're in the job market looking for you're right out of college and you've got your first job, you've been in it for a few years or less, you have the ability to negotiate to higher levels. Back in the day, every couple of years, changing jobs, getting increases. Similar now. Coverdell. Yeah, they have a Coverdell account for them. Allows for a bit more in terms of strategies, option strategies. Okay, let's see. Airbnb. Looking good, Airbnb. Airbnb looking good. Qualcomm. Looking good, Qualcomm. GameStop looks like it's going to go. GameStop looks ready.
Missed out on today's market headlines? Get caught up and text the wrap at SwapNetwork.com. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Nicole Tedolini, live at the New York Stock Exchange. Time for the big three. Three stocks, three charts, three trades. Then Lincoln time will take us to the charts. Here to take us through the trades, Joe today. Portfolio manager.
GameStop looks ready to go. Bollinger Bands are opening up. Okay, so Intel, I don't know if this is today, but Intel, in partnership with Argonne National Laboratory and Hewlett Packard Enterprises, has claimed its Aurora supercomputer broke the exascale barrier at 1.012 exaflops, and additionally became the fastest AI system in the world dedicated to AI for open science by achieving 10.6 exaflops. Wow. Yeah, so the most calls and puts are right here at 5,300. Consequently, we've been stuck to this area for 2 weeks. 9 trading days now. Okay, so yeah, keep an eye on that. GameStop is trying to go. GameStop trying to go. Okay, look at the doji over here, looking more and more bullish. All right, shorts start to cover. This could get hairy very quickly. Watch the volume coming in now. GameStop. Okay, let's take a look real quick, sector-wise, see how we're doing. Sectors are still 50-50, about 55% green, 45% red. We're being led by VIX, semiconductors, crude oil, metals and mining, small cap energy, large cap energy, retail, tech, telecom, XBI is even. XBI has a bid too. So that's risk on. XBI, biotechs, IWM. If those are moving higher, that's risk on. Let's take a look at IWM real quick. IWM was off of a percent last week. Okay, so this looks neutral to slightly bullish. If this starts to move back up towards the upper Bollinger Band, it's in the upper half of the Bollinger Bands and above the 50 and 200 days. So that's good. Back above the 21 day and the 9 EMA. Let's look at IWM on the 60-minute time frame. That'll tell us how we should be leaning. Okay, here is, all right, so we're starting to turn up on the 20 EMA. Both the daily and the daily is the dotted line. The green line is the 60-minute 20 EMA. So when you're above both, watch for a follow through. We're still neutral to a certain extent. Let's look at Intel. Okay, Intel starting to turn the corner, triple bottom, good risk reward. There's no guarantee it's going to continue higher, but it looks like shorts are covering more, and this base that's been forming for the last couple of weeks will continue. Okay, let's look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA well above the 20 EMA, a little bit extended now. AMD, Stephen took some AMD off. You can see we're making higher highs and higher lows on AMD. This looks pretty good too. Qualcomm, I have a credit spread on Qualcomm. I'm looking for prices to continue higher. Qualcomm, looking for for higher highs and higher lows. We have a Qualcomm put credit spread. There goes GME. GME starting to move some more. All right, GameStop's going. GameStop is going. Yeah, as far as Nvidia is concerned, it's hard to say. We can have an opinion about what we think's price is gonna do. How much impact splitting it 10 for 1 is going to have. How many, how much dilution that's going to have. Will the stock move? We'll be able to tell. A week after it splits. We should see a base within the week. And if we break higher, we go long. It's that simple. No, I was referring. Yeah, NVIDIA, I see there's a bunch of you posted. All I'm saying is, no matter what happens, we got to price is going to tell us what to do. Price will tell us what to do. If it does move, it's going to mean institutions are buying it. That's a lot of shares for sure, but is it a lot? I don't know. I look back, I could just keep thinking about Microsoft. Yeah. I just keep thinking about Microsoft back in 1986. If I had bought shares when software was a thing, now AI is the thing, you know. You don't have to be right in your lifetime, but what about the kids? If I live another 20, 30 years, you know, by the time my son, by the time he's 25, 30, it should do well for him. He has a kid in his class that I was shocked. I went to a water park where they have skiing and different kind of activities, water skiing. And I was talking to this kid that's in his class, 14 years old. This kid is brilliant. He was talking to me like he was Scott Redler, talking about NVIDIA. I was telling, we started talking about the split, and you could see the look in my son's eyes. He was so proud, that he was involved in NVIDIA. I did that vertical with him, that 995, 1000 vertical for that 1 day trade. And the Iron Condors, he was very proud that he was able to talk about that with his friend. This kid was smart, definitely smart. He's gonna be do very well in in stocks in the future. Google on the move. Google. All right. So all right. Meta looking for a bounce in Meta. Looking for Apple to go. There goes Tesla. Tesla too. I just keep thinking about NVIDIA taking AI to develop its research. I'm sure they use AI to do research and development. They have their own software. ASML makes the machines that makes the chips. Taiwan. Speaking of that, Taiwan Semi. That was one that I was looking at this weekend too. Taiwan Semi, TSM grinding along. All right, Dell having a good day. Dell. Okay, you got a hanging man candle. For some, you'll call that a hammer. Hanging man when it's inside a price action. All right, so a good start to the day. We would like to see the indices moving a little bit better. Maybe we can get something going with the futures. It's above the 105. 105 needs to turn. It's still downward sloping. The 105 1 minute chart. Apple looking like it wants to go. Apple looking ready. Oh, you know what? That's a good point, Sundog. Good point. Thanks for bringing that up. I wanted to share an email live with you guys. Let me see if I can pull it up here. Okay, let me log in. Let me change this to GameStop. GameStop. Okay, trying to get something going there in GameStop. Okay.
Ameritrade is now part of Schwab, bringing you an elevated experience tailor-made for trader minds. Go deeper with thinkorswim, our award-winning trading platform.
Okay, so this is interesting. Brett was over in Las Vegas for that EQ derivatives conference last week. What he came up with was pretty interesting. The impact of systematic overwriting. It applies to these funds that are 1.5 times, 3.3 times, whatever. The dealer hedging impact. Bottom line is, if you're trading JEPI, the income, JP Morgan income ETF, you can see the outperformance of the spiders and the gold. The gold line is the spiders. The candles is JEPI. Okay. Looking at NVIDIA, the Yield Max NVIDIA Option Income Strategy ETF, you can see how the candles are NVDY when you're looking at NVDL. Similar idea that the actual performance of the stock is outperforming what's supposed to be an equivalent using options. My point is, you don't always get what you think you're getting by trading one of these funds. Sometimes they work really well. I'm not sure if that's going to split as well. Here's JEPY, 1-day return distribution. You can see that this also, even with the yield, is underperforming the actual asset. Okay, the S&P 500. Okay, so the fund is the candles. The actual S&P 500 is the gold line. There, it's really interesting how what you think you're getting and what you're actually getting. You have to track the performance, is what I'm getting at. So, watch GameStop. GameStop's on the move. So when you're trading these other vehicles, like it's convenient to do because maybe you don't want to trade options and you're worried about the theta and the time premium, but there are some trade-offs that you have as well. So watching NVIDIA is trying to go. So is GameStop. GameStop looking good. The FANG stocks look okay, looking a little bit better. Tesla trying to make a higher high. First Solar just blew it out First Solar, just incredible price action. First Solar. Thank you, Frano, for the reminder. Look at this damn thing. I haven't seen price action like this in a while on First Solar. Look at the weekly. That's a bit extended. So, yeah, there goes Apple. Apple. Broadcom. Google squeezing. Google's going to blow here. Watch Google. Looks like it's going to go. Apple looking good. Look, all the FANG stocks are catching a bid. Google, Google, maybe a credit spread on Google or a vertical. Let's go 2 weeks out to June 7th and see what that looks like. All right, the 180 is going for $1.30. That's only $4 out. Let me do a vertical call. Let's see. 177. Let's go June 7th. 177.50. We're just out of the money. That is a 45 delta. Let's go out. Let's see 10 points and see what that looks like. That's, you don't get anything for that. Okay. 185. Okay, that's not enough. 182.50, $5 spread. All right, it's 2 for 1. 2 for 1 on that. Looks like Google wants to go. Google squeezing, looking for Google to follow through. NVIDIA, still going. NVIDIA cruising higher. New York FANG is on a buy signal as well. Apple about to cross over. Watch Apple. Netflix looking for a push above 648. 648.38. Google looks good. Microsoft. I thought Microsoft was going to do better this week. Broadcom making higher highs and higher lows. Broadcom, ABGO. Meta flat. Tesla is flat but grinding higher. Amazon pulling back. And Snowflake. Snowflake drifting lower. No position in Snowflake. Watching that one. All right, 2-year note auction. 2-year note auction underway. Let's look at the 10-year yield. U.S. 10-year. All right, U.S. 10-year is popping. Uh, 4.5%. 4.5%. Okay, remember, we're looking for the 10-year to move lower, not higher. Okay, so if you're bullish equities, you want to see the 10-year back below the 50-day. 10-year is looking pretty strong. If this was a stock, you'd be looking for a test of the upper Bollinger Band at a minimum. RSI is rising, so it's showing you strength of trend is improving. MACD is about to cross, and stochastic. Everything on this looks good for the 10-year yield. 10-year looks bullish. All right, so the 10-year yield moving higher is a headwind of sorts for equities. It's only one signal out of many. Okay, so let's look at the junk bonds too. Junk. Want junk to stay bullish. Right now, we got a bearish candle on junk. We want IWM to move higher. It's neutral. We want IBB biotechs to move higher, not lower. And we want Bitcoin, a risk asset. We want Bitcoin to break out of this and move higher. If you're bullish equities, you want to see it higher. That would be risk on. So we got three neutral to bearish signals, actually four. So we started off the week with 3 bearish signals. Now we have 5. The fifth or the first, depending on how you look at it, is the XLY XLP ratio. That ratio is telling you that institutions, while they're not hedging very actively, they are more defensive. Okay, when this crosses down, okay, so we want to see that. Okay, you can see that the shorter time frame or the fastest moving average is starting to change direction. It was almost vertical down. Now it's starting to change direction. It could turn around with rate of change. The last time we had a full cross and a bearish trend, that was 2020 when the bear market started. Not saying that's going to happen again. We could get a higher low and a higher high, but it's certainly not neutral like it was prior to the last couple of weeks. So in April, this crossed down. So that's a bearish signal that we need to keep an eye on. That could all change. That could change in a heartbeat. Yeah, Rodney. The Ameritrade was the original account that we had for the kids Coverdell. That switched over when Schwab brought that over, and then now those accounts are switching or already have switched over to the Thinkorswim. So those Coverdell accounts are tradable through Thinkorswim. All right, Google's just sitting here. Dell's at the high of the day. Dell. GameStop looking for a flag. This flag looks like it's going to break higher. Dell. Watch Dell here. All right, so GameStop, we got a nice flag on GameStop. GameStop looks like it's going to run. Watch GameStop here. Only put money on GameStop that you can afford to lose. Okay, so you don't want to have 100% of your account in GameStop. I can't tell you what to do. I generally trade maybe 2-3% of my trading account on risky stocks like GameStop or AMC because it doesn't always work out the way you think it's going to work out. You got to be quick. That said, GameStop looks like it's going to continue. The stock sale generated $933 million for the company. Okay, looking for shorts to continue. The price action looks really good on GameStop. All right. So this is a nice reversal. A lot of people are looking at this chart going, oh, I got to get into this. I got to participate. The more this pushes higher, the more the shorts have to cover. The more the shorts have to cover, the more of a loop that it creates. In addition, if you have options on GameStop, and let's say you're long, I don't know, the 22.50, the 23, whatever, you're long something close to the money. You're long. That means the dealer is short. So what does the dealer have to do to hedge their position? Well, if the stock continues to move higher, the wisest or the most obvious way for dealers to hedge their position, because they have short calls, is to buy the underlying. So they buy shares. And what do you think that does to prices? Well, prices start moving higher. They start moving higher and they create this feedback loop that pushes the stock. All right. So the more this moves higher, the more people pile into calls. It looks like the 25 call is very active for Friday. Okay, very active. GameStop looks like shorts are covering. Okay. I don't have calls, I just have shares. Okay, my average is 21.92. Actually, no, I'm sorry. That's 22.10. 22.10. GameStop starting to go. All right, so this could rip. This could rip, folks. This could be the day that GameStop finally turns around for the second time. Okay, looking for the first. Yeah, Frano is also. Frano's with you. Karen. All right, so that looks good. Okay, X, GameStop. And you know, this is probably, yeah, enough said. GameStop. All right, so Dell, I'm sorry, GameStop, Tunnel Vision. This one could go. I'm sure the shorts are not happy right now. Hmm. GameStop. Sorry, let me shift gears there. GameStop. Can we get the 36? 36 on GameStop? Shorts are, this is not just going to go straight up. Shorts are going to try to keep this down. So we'll see if people take profits or if they're going to let this run today. GameStop. All right. Apple looked like it was going to follow through. Nothing yet. Google still squeezing. Google is still squeezing. Okay. Google still squeezing. Let's look at that. Google squeezing. NVIDIA. It's up 57. Okay. You can see the squeeze on Google on the live screen. Okay. Google. Okay. Let's go to the 2-minute. Nice tight squeeze on the 2-minute. Okay. Looking for the volume to pick up. Okay, the S&P is still grinding higher. Tesla trying to break out. Tesla trying to break higher. Okay, Bollinger Bands are wide. NVIDIA riding the upper half of the Bollinger Bands. Okay, Qualcomm. Let's see what Qualcomm looks like. Qualcomm starting to squeeze at the highs, consolidating. What's Starbucks doing? Starbucks last week looked really strong. Pulling back now, Starbucks. Starwood Real Estate. I have December puts on Starwood. Starwood, last week we were talking about Starwood REIT, the REIT. Was curtailing the ability to withdraw money from the accounts. Okay, so if you had investments in Starwood REIT, the company was not allowing you to make withdrawals. So, because there was a point where they were having to take out loans to pay for liquidations. People are trying to get out of Starwood because they think real estate's going to pot in the short term. So I still have those puts on. I bought the December Starwood, the December last week, 18 put. All right, so we're just out of the money. I don't see this regaining any strength. Anybody that's thinking about Starwood's probably thinking bearish because of that news that the fund was having issues and had to take out loans to pay for redemptions. GameStop. All right, the 7 June. All right, 1,100 of those. Okay. Apple looking for a break higher. Apple squeezing. Apple is squeezing. Starbucks pulling back. Apple. Apple squeezing. This is Apple. It's I can't believe it's almost 12 o'clock, but I guess I can because I was out later than usual this morning. I'm usually back in the office by 8 after dropping my son off. Mishap with the car didn't help. Airbnb having a good morning. That popped up. Okay, Airbnb. Let me take another look at that because I have July calls on Airbnb. Airbnb. This is day 2 off of the 200-day for Airbnb. Okay, Airbnb. Day 2. Can we get a third white soldier off the low? Bollinger Bands are coming in. So it could contract a little bit more. Volume looks good. MACD and stochastics have turned. So this is a really good setup for Airbnb. Wait for the BNC pivot on Airbnb. Okay, so if you look at Airbnb on the intraday time frame, Airbnb, it is currently pulling back from the high. So if you're a new member, Sharky, this one's for you. Look for this pattern. Okay, Airbnb, looking for this pattern. Okay. The run up in the morning, that's morning traders who usually exit the markets before 12, 1 o'clock, take the rest of the day off, do their thing. Looks like Airbnb is producing a ABCD pattern. Looks like that's completing now. Here's A, looking for B and C. Okay. So we have to see it first, but that's what we're looking for. Tight Bollinger Bands, looking for this B and C pivot to play out. Okay, so here is the 5-minute super trend. Okay, so we got a little buy there. We want this to push higher and take out these pivots. That's S&P, sorry. Airbnb, but we want S&P to continue higher too. So here we go. Looking for B and C pivot. So wait for that B pivot first. Okay, so if we start to look at the volume starting to pick up, right here on this one candle. All right, so could be shorts covering, maybe a combination of shorts covering and new money. We won't know until the next couple of candles fill in. Let's go to the 2-minute chart to see how this plays out. The volume. Okay, the volume picking up. Okay. So it looks like just shorts covering for now. Airbnb. Dell looks like it's going to keep pushing. Dell. I'm probably going to exit Dell over the next couple of days. I have Friday's calls, company reports on Thursday after the close, but I'm up handsomely on Dell. I'm up over 11% on that in a few short days. So that's fine. I could wait for a little bit more. Dell. Looks good. GameStop. Looking for that to rip higher. GameStop is still going, folks. GameStop is still going strong. All right, look at the volume. Look at the volume on GameStop. Looks good, folks. Looks good. Mm. Huey Lewis, working for a living, comes to mind. GameStop is on the move. All right, let her run, let her rip. This looks like it's going to keep going. Okay, GameStop. Let me just pull up the right symbol. GameStop. All right, GameStop is still pushing. Volume looks really good. Look out. There it goes. There it goes. Okay, Intel's going. Intel's at the high of the day. That is a let's see, 30, 35, 30, 32. I'm looking at Intel. 50, 35, 37, 50, 40. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, Intel. All right, what the high of the day? Buy the dips, not the rips. GameStop. There it goes. When's the first halt going to be? Looking for the first halt. Looking for the first halt on GameStop. Yeah, Mondo does work a lot better. GameStop still going. Oh boy, there you go. Front row. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Popo Gigio. Remember Popo Gigio? Okay, there we go. All right. Wow, GameStop is really going now. Okay. Okay. There it goes. Goodbye. Right row. All right. So GameStop on the move. Kicking butt. Taking names. There goes it. There it goes. Meme day. All right. So, yeah, that looks good. There it goes. Yeah, a little profit taking there into strength. Waiting for that first halt. GameStop waiting for the first halt. Mm-hmm. All right, looks good. Oh boy. Oh boy. Look at the volume. Look at the volume. GameStop. Wow. That's some serious short covering there. All right, so we know what the dealers are doing right now. All right, I'm going to start scaling out a little bit of shares at a time right now. Let me sell 100 at a clip here. Okay. Very nice. Dell looking good. Dell pushing higher. Looks good. Airbnb closing it. Got a nice looking. All right, that looks good. Airbnb. July. Qualcomm. Okay, waiting for that to follow through. Qualcomm is a credit spread with the 197.50, 195. That was posted in the spreads channel on Friday, I believe. Let me just check real quick here. That was Friday. Yeah, that was something that Schwab, they were talking about live on Schwab. So if you missed the Qualcomm trade, wait for dips. You can sell maybe 5 points above where we sold last week. Still looks good. Qualcomm could see higher implied vol. It's 27% now. It was like 30. Was it 30? Let me just check. Qualcomm implied vol was it was only 28%. So not too far off. GameStop, though, looking really good. A little profit taking on GameStop. Google, looking for Google. There goes Google. Frano's Google's about to run. Okay. All right, it's about to go for Frano. Okay, AMC. Did I sell it? Oh, no, I still have AMC. Okay, AMC, I still have it. Okay. I have shares at 6, so I need the AMC over 6. Yeah, I need AMC over 6. I had shares from the last run up in AMC. So it's not going to be straight up. You're going to have people taking profits off. Okay. Here's AMC. So I need to get this back above 6. That seems very doable. You got a buy signal if it passes through 760 or so. There'll be a buy signal right there. Okay, so that looks like meme stock day today. Tesla. Yeah. Tesla. Let's see. Tesla. I have a Condor. Tesla. I have a Condor. And call verticals. Tesla. Yeah, I have a vertical and I have an iron condor. So I wanted to stay. Let's see. My condor strikes are way up there. All right. So, okay, my condor strikes are way up at 200 and 205. I don't see Tesla getting to 200 before the 14th of June. Okay. And that was based on expected move that's priced in. Okay. So Tesla. Did I do I think I might have done a spread. I think I might have marked that up. Let's see. Spreads on Tesla. Okay, so this is the current spread that I have on Tesla. Okay, I sold the 200, 205 overhead. This is still doable. This is still doable if you like it. It expires on 6/14. That's your expiration. I sold the 200, bought the 205, and also sold the 160 and bought the 155. So that iron condor is working. I also have a vertical that's just out of the money. The 180, 185. What's up, baby? Huh? I guess so. She just walked in. What's up? Did you eat the bagel?
When I came out of my room, she immediately ran over to the door to open it for her.
What time you have to work? 5? I'm going to mute you guys for 1 second. I'm going to talk to my daughter. All right. So watching Tesla looks good. AMC. These are probably going to keep going. AMC and GameStop. AMC. All right, looking for GameStop to push higher. The S&P is on the move now. S&P is going. Watch the S&P. All right, S&P and SPY ready to go. These are ready to go. All right. Yeah, so if I had paid attention to that warning light that came on, I assumed it was just like the one when we went to Duke the first time. But I just didn't pay attention, and that I guess this morning when we left, the tire was pretty low. So they're like racing tires, so you gotta keep them inflated right. Otherwise, they do what this one did. She's my favorite now. She's my favorite. All right, so looking for AMC to continue higher. S&P looks good. Check out the S&P. We're starting to move. All right, we're pulling away from VWAP. Okay. So for the new members, if you haven't heard me talk about this, VWAP is your friend. Flat VWAP, look for tight price action. If VWAP starts to turn up and to the right, you know that you got a good trade on. Here's NVIDIA to show you the difference. NVIDIA, VWAP is starting to tilt up and to the right. Okay, VWAP is starting to tilt up and to the right. And what is price doing? Moving away. Volume is telling you what institutions are doing. The stock is in play. Okay, let's take a look at Netflix. Okay, Netflix overhead VWAP. Look for Netflix to stay in a doji pattern, far right, up and above and below VWAP. Okay, S&P though, S&P looks good. Starting to pull away from VWAP. Watch the volume. That's a good signal. It's a good thing I vacuumed the floor recently. Good. Yeah, you're stinky. All right, so watching S&P starting to extend. GameStop. Yeah, GameStop looks like it wants to go uptown Saturday night. Flagging right now. All right, so AMC flagging at the highs. Volume. You can see the people taking profits off into strength. Not a bad idea to take some of your position off. On the next dip, we'll probably get a couple of up days. Looks like AMC and GameStop, we could get a couple of up days, but on the dips, I'd be taking profits into strength. And as it starts to dip on a daily time frame or 60-minute, we might get some entries again for higher lows. Buy the dips, sell the rips, as the saying goes. Oh, what's NVIDIA doing? NVIDIA, AMD, a little profit taking at the highs. Same with NVIDIA. NVIDIA starting to see some profit taking at the highs. NVIDIA, our markets are not going to go straight up. So people are going to take profits off in the strength. Watching the S&P, spiders, and the S&P cash, futures. Okay. Snowflake not getting any kind of traction today. Snowflake. Tick cumulative is red. Tick cumulative is red. 4 hour. Okay, the 4 hour is red. Let me take a look at the 15 and the 30. 30 is green. Okay, watching the up volume is starting to dissipate a little bit. So just be wise to the selling into strength. Okay, you want to do the same and trail some if you feel like we could see more upside. And on the dips, we're going to buy. Right now, we're just watching price push higher. NVIDIA, seeing a little profit taking. Not a bad idea to take some profits off. If you're still in NVIDIA, same with AMC and GameStop. These look like they could continue. Maybe take some profits, and on the next dip, you can buy some calls and leverage up and have less risk on. Now we just need Fisker to follow through. I saw a Lucid, one of the Lucid, it looks like a sports car. Nice looking car, Lucid. That's the first one I've ever seen, though, if I recall. Seen Rivian. Now I've seen Lucid. Obviously, Tesla's the main car you see out there. I haven't seen any of the Chinese cars. Ford, seen a lot of those Mustangs. New York FANG. Neutral to slightly bullish. The daily chart looks a lot better on the New York FANG. Okay, so the daily New York FANG looks good. Telling you what's going on underneath the hood. Okay, individual stocks are bullish on the New York FANG. There's 10 of these, 10 stocks. But trending 921.50, 200 day are all pointing up and to the right. So that's bullish. RSI is above 50, confirming, and MACD showing strength of trend. And the bulls are in control. RSI showing strength of trend, MACD showing momentum is with the bulls. They haven't lost it yet. Hasn't started heading towards zero. And stochastics is still embedded. Stochastic will stay embedded as long as we close in the upper half of the daily range, which looks like that's the dominating thesis at the moment. Okay. AMC at the highs. I need it above 6. Can you get it above 6? That would be nice. AMC. Boeing. Airbnb, still hanging out. BNC pivots is what I'm looking for on Airbnb. Dell trying to break a bit higher. Dell. Google, looking for Google to take off to the upside. Google riding that upper band. Google is riding the upper band. Watch Google. Okay, Google pushing a bit higher, pulling away from VWAP. And the daily looks good on Google. Looking for that, looking for Bollinger Bands to open up. Okay, NVIDIA, higher low on NVIDIA, looking pretty strong. NVIDIA is going through the paces of doing exactly the opposite of what most people think it's going to do. So it appears price just keeps, and the volume just keeps coming in on NVIDIA. So somebody's buying NVIDIA. All right, Google, looking for Google on the squeeze. You can see the tight squeeze on the left. Okay, the daily looking good. Inside day on Friday. We need to get above Thursday's candle, the highs. Note the 9, 21, 50, 200-day are all pushed up and to the right. You can see stochastic is oversold and about to turn. Volume needs to pick up like it was 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. Google looking strong. Looks like it wants to go. S&P looked like it was going to pop a little bit more than current price. It looked like it was going to pop, but it came back in. So it popped a little bit. Shorts covered or profit taking. Now we're looking for a pop. Okay, it's after 12 o'clock. Oh, shoot. It's after 12 o'clock. I got to tune in to my dose of Wapner. Is Wapner on today? I see Bren is on.
As it is, sure, 5.5% is really not that much.
I take it the other way. Think about 5,600 for a second, and then look at the market and say, how remarkably resilient has it been? With all that we know, the geopolitical tensions, the stickiness in inflation and rates themselves, and the fact that the market is void of a 10% correction. I think that tells you everything you need to know about the overall environment for investing in equities.
I think people are trying to say it's very difficult to get very negative when you have a pretty good belief that the next move from the Fed, whenever it is a cut. You want to ride against that? You want to ride against
It's
that?
more than that. It's more than that.
I know, but I
It's
think that's the
GDP.
the underlying theme is you want to get all negative up
Oh, I agree.
before the Fed is going to start cutting rates.
Can you, though, I mean, we're running about 3% GDP and earnings are running 10%. And earnings are getting revised higher. That's more important to me than the Fed.
Sure, but if the economic numbers were even a little bit weaker, the next move.
Google looking for a follow through.
You know what I'm saying? So you sort of get the best of both sides of it. They're cutting either for the right.
All right, so we know if you look at the watch list in the upper middle section of the watch list, it tells you what to expect in terms of price movement. We're only pricing in about $5 on the SPY this week. That's for the whole week. All right, so we're up 48 cents right now on the day. VIX pulled back now from the high.
Coming up, we have star biotech investor Michelle Ross live at Post 9 with us today. A few of her top stocks are surging. We're going to tackle those trades. We'll get more of her best ideas. We'll do all of it.
GameStop. All right, so GameStop pulled back a little bit from the highs. We almost hit 27, 26.75 it looks like. So looking for a higher high, producing a higher low now. Okay, let me take a look at GameStop, GME. Okay, that looks all right. AMC. Okay, AMC, a little bit more profit taking. Google. All right, watching Google. Squeezing. All right, S&P is just stuck here, S&P. Okay, let's monitor the S&P and the Qs. What are the Qs doing? Qs are all right. SPY. SPY looks, the Qs look a little better. IWM. Okay, yeah, the Qs look a little better, just marginally. What the diamonds look like. Diamonds were off last week. Still off. Looking for a bounce. Um, Tesla, what are you doing, Tesla? Tesla range bound. Okay, they're talking Airbnb.
50 strike call on the June 21st monthly options that expire in 24 days. Paying roughly, we've got a
Looking at call calendars on Airbnb.
Kev, I wanted to kind of highlight one thing because you're paying a pretty hefty debit for it because you've got duration. You've got 80.
Okay, so Google, looking for a follow through in Google.
We are back. Our chart of the day.
Squeezing.
It is story today on positive results of the late stage drug study. Those shares are hitting their highest level now in more than 20 years. Our next guest owns the stock. She focuses
Insmed.
on investing in biotech companies. Michelle Ross, the CIO and managing
Wow.
Point Capital. Welcome back. It's good to see you.
So much. Thanks for
It's been
having
a little bit since our Sohn conference when we last visited. So, Insmed, tell us about this stock that you own and what has sent it on a double
Yes.
today alone.
So today we had the readout of a highly anticipated phase 3 study, the Aspen study in bronchiectasis. So very.
They're talking Insmed, IN,
Letters there, but it basically is for patients
INSM.
who have an inflammation of the bronchi in their lungs. There is no treatment.
Big move today.
You're basically
$20 stock is now a $50 stock. $40 upper $40 stock. Insmed. I wouldn't chase it up here, but cancer related drug trial results. So you could probably wait, give this a little time. It'll base up here. Nvidia still consolidating at the highs. All right, I'm going to stick something in the oven. I'll be right back.
So it's up another 25% in the last week. Why?
So Mirus, and this is what we were discussing at Sohn, is presenting their phase 2 data of petosemtamab. It is their drug for head and neck cancer. It's a bispecific antibody. They have a platform for these types of therapies. And this data actually demonstrated a 67% response rate in head and neck cancer that looks to be above, again, the standard of care they're giving for these patients. They're going to be giving the full data set at the ASCO conference in the next few days.
Okay. So when you have stocks like Insmed, as we set up, better than 100%, or Veris, which has rallied a lot since we last saw you, do you take profits? Do you trim the, how does this work? I mean, how do you think about it yourself? The same way our viewers are probably thinking the same questions about their own stocks and their own portfolios.
It's a fantastic question. I think there's a lot of different ways to look at biotech stocks these days. They're called actually quite long duration assets in nature because of the time it takes to bring these products to market. And you need to look at them in different time points. And that's what we do actually. And I look at things at the point of the kind of binary event, the catalyst that is going to change a probability of success of a drug reaching the market. I then look at it post data in a compounding phase. If the stock has not appreciated and given the benefit of that move, of that potential meeting that drug to market and bringing it to patients, and I think that the opportunity set is even larger, or there's the potential de-risking of a pipeline, of an ability for this company to make more drugs similarly in fashion to this, then that will be a great compounding opportunity to continue to own these names.
Do you generally find that from phase 3 success to bringing a drug to market, what's the general time frame and something like that? And you must look at what's the typical further appreciation of a stock.
Yes.
in thinking about it? How should we think about that?
Yes, so this will go to the FDA, this will go to governing bodies around the world, potentially European agencies as well, internationally. That is given a timetable. In the US, the typical approach is you see anywhere from 9 months to upwards of even a year, sometimes if there's more data that is deemed necessary. So there is a time point where the data now goes over to a regulatory body, is handed off, is viewed from a risk reward standpoint. Does the safety match up? Does the efficacy match up? Is that something worthwhile bringing to the markets? During that time, you would hope that the company is working through bringing the product to the market by setting up a commercial infrastructure. Are they hiring different people to be able to do that? Are they working with reimbursement specialists? Have they been able to negotiate what that price will be when it ultimately reaches the market? Those are things that we're figuring out as well when we look at these stocks. And when we see a disconnect between the price and the market and what we ultimately think something can be worth longer term, we will sit there. But I do want to make that statement that we've talked about in the past, that the science is moving quite quickly. And it is actually a wonderful thing for patients to say that great drugs, even from the last few years, can be antiquated. So I think you're always looking over your shoulder and saying, what is coming and who is potentially going to leapfrog this great technology? I call it set it and forget it. We never want to be in that pattern that you think you've hit a pinnacle and nothing better is going to come and take that.
If you're looking at groundbreaking businesses, Idea Biosciences,
Yes.
you own that, or it's going to sort of, you have your eye on it?
I do.
IDYA. So they're going to present at ASCO with an
They are.
update.
They are.
What do they do, and why are you watching it? Why do you own it?
So they have a fantastic platform in these technologies, particularly for oncology. And when we talk about a platform, it's an approach to being able to make drugs in a very unique way. You're targeting a specific approach to being able to engage the immune system in many ways. And it is synthetic lethality is the approach they are taking. What they are going to show us is that first step in this platform of drugs in an area of uveal melanoma. Is the number one cause of eye cancer in this country. They're going to be able to show us how many patients had a salvage of their actual eye, who were able to continue to see response rates. And this technology ultimately can be used for other indications as well.
So the outcome of knowing that a company like this is going to be presenting with an update is fully binary then, right?
To some degree. Now, what's happened is we have received, and we did last Thursday night, the abstract data for this conference. So we are, in essence, bringing forward to some degree what the turn of the card is going to show. That cutoff of data happened earlier in the year.
Okay.
So we are going to get an updated version based on, right before the data, right before the medical meeting, in a time point to see how much this data has advanced as well.
And you've owned this stock for how long?
As well, also for over a year.
Over a year.
Yeah.
Thank you for being here.
Absolutely.
Good having you
My
on.
pleasure.
And we don't talk enough about these
It's my
kinds of
pleasure.
stocks. Interesting. We'll follow ASCO and see what happens there. Michelle Ross,
Thank you so much.
appreciate you spending time with us. Let's get the headlines now with Kate Rooney. Hi, Kate.
Donald Trump's defense team continues with its closing arguments in the Trump hush money trial. Just minutes ago, accusing the prosecution of calling Stormy Daniels as a witness in an attempt to inflame the jury and embarrass the former president. Earlier, the defense slammed the prosecution's key witness, Michael Cohen, telling the jury that he, quote, lied to them. Meanwhile, the U.S. military has suspended aid deliveries by sea after its temporary pier was damaged in bad weather. Officials tell NBC News the causeway attached to the beach in Gaza could take a week at least to repair. And a U.S. defense official tells NBC News a service member remains in critical condition after suffering non-combat injuries on the pier last week. And Toyota unveiled its next generation of engines today that it says can be used in both hybrid cars and those that run on biofuels. Toyota did not release details as to when that new engine will come to market. Scott, back over to you.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Kate Rooney. Coming up, big news for crypto investors as the SEC clears the way for the first ever Ethereum ETF. Up next in ETF Edge, you're going to hear from the man behind the first fund to apply. Now comes back right after this. we're back. Let's get to Pippa Stevens now with today's ETF Edge. Hey, Pippa.
Hey, Scott, and welcome to ETF Edge, your go-to place for everything exchange-traded funds. I'm in for Bob Pisani. Now, in a surprising move late last week, the SEC approved applications for the listing of spot Ethereum funds. Van Eck Funds was the first of those to apply, and firm founder Jan Van Eck joins us now. Jan, welcome. So now that you have this approval, what's next, and what does the timeline look like from here?
Well, we're waiting for the SEC to give us comments on our prospectus. That usually will take several weeks. We don't have a specific timeline yet, so that's where we're at.
All right, so just 6 months ago, the SEC approved those spot Bitcoin funds, and that's with Bitcoin prior. This is a singular decision on just Ethereum, but what sort of impact might it have on the future of other cryptocurrencies?
I mean, I don't think we'll have more ETFs.
All right, we're starting to grind a bit higher, S&P.
But what is a big change is the sort of regulatory and the legislature sea change. I mean, really, the SEC is doing a 180 because of bipartisan political pressure that came about in the last couple of weeks. So it's a big surprise, very interesting move by the SEC.
All right, well, we have much more coming up on spot Ethereum funds and the tug of war in the semi-trade. John will be joined by Todd Sohn from Strategas. That's all at 1:15 Eastern at etfedge.cnbc.com. Scott?
All right, Pip, appreciate that. Thank you. Coming up. All right, Steph just sold a healthcare name. Those details are ahead. Plus our calls of the day on Live Nation, CrowdStrike, Netflix, and more.
All right, just watching B and C pivots forming at this time. Apple trying to push a bit higher. NVIDIA looks like it's going to take a new high today. It's up $66. Meta's on the move. Meta looks like it could go. Needs to get above 480, Meta. Netflix taking a day off. Looking for Netflix to do something. Okay, Google, AMC. Okay, a little bit of consolidation. We're not expecting big moves in the markets this week. So far, the way options were priced on Friday at the close, we were looking for about a $5 move. We were looking for like a $5 move on the markets that's based on options pricing. Expected move for the week's about $5. Check your watch list. It's in the upper center portion. Expected move for the week. That's for the SPY, the Qs, IWM,
Talk about this move, Steph.
New York Stock Exchange, and the Dow Jones.
To buy something else, but selling J&J, tell me why.
Really just a source of funds. I think there's other ideas that are more inspiring to me. I thought their quarter was kind of disappointing. Not crazy about the pharma growth, growing low single digits. It had been growing at 8-9%. And I think until you get the TALC resolution, if there's going to be this overhang. So I just found another idea that I wanted to use that cash and put to work.
Well, that's DuPont,
Yes.
right?
Yeah. So we talked about this on Friday on your other show.
All right, looking for Google to do something. Looking for the S&P to continue higher. There goes Meta. Meta's starting to stretch its legs. Meta.
15 to 25% growth. I think there's going to be more because I think they're unlocking a lot.
Meta's looking good. Watch Meta.
Is also very good.
Okay, let's go take a look at Meta on the daily.
DuPont is going to stay on, which is a very critical component for me.
Meta. All right, it's trying to get above the 50-day. Meta can manage to get above the 50-day. That'll be huge. Okay, NVIDIA, of course, is having a day. Following through on earnings from last week. Wow, I just cannot believe this stock just keeps going. Wow.
Like all over it, right? I mean, an industrial splits, and it's like, well, okay, where's Steph?
AMC. Okay, looking better. GameStop. Looking better. Looking for a follow through tomorrow.
I think 3M is going to do the same. But we've seen a lot of industrials do this kind of thing, and I think we're going to see more because they are unlocking value. It's really, it does work. That's the whole point.
NVIDIA, I have no position, unfortunately.
Other calls, Josh. Live Nation, right? We've discussed on multiple occasions after this
Boeing.
lawsuit from the Justice Department. Now today it gets downgraded at North Coast, and as they say, the stock moves to the courtroom. Now, maybe that's a euphemism for the stock goes to the penalty box. But how should we view this now?
Well, the stock is up, so you can tell how much people care about that opinion. I think.
All right, S&P is trying to go.
What's been leveled at the company was.
S&P is trying to go. Watch the S&P. Pushing a bit higher now.
Actually benefits the company ultimately.
Okay, trying to get above 53.14 or so, 53.13.
So I feel like
We have a 9-day range moving sideways along 5,300. A push away from 5,300. We could see 53.25, 53.50. Possibly by midweek, if not sooner.
for longer-term investors who recognize what an incredible asset this is. An event of that magnitude on. So you need a company like Live Nation. You could quibble about, oh, maybe we should split up promotion from ticket sales. Maybe we should split up, all these various aspects of the business. And maybe that's what will end up happening. But in the end, this is a really good company operating in a space where they absolutely are the best operator. And that is why they are the size that they are. Okay. And obviously long-term investors get it.
So, Joe, Netflix today, Mark Mahaney at Evercore goes to 700 from 650. Easily. That's the November of 2021 high. Netflix has arguably the strongest momentum over the last 3 months within the market. And from a fundamental perspective, the pivot that they're making towards live sports is going to be remarkably compelling and certainly accelerate revenue growth. All right, Santoli is here next with his midday word. We're back right after this.
low tick alert -800.
Sorry, in 10 minutes time now, we're top of the US so $70 billion in the 5 year there. So I've always 2.39, maybe high yield was 6.59 cents. Even though the headwinds auction does have legacy of the positioning data, it shows that speculators were net short of 1.4 million target net reaches. Possible source of current demand auctions.
S&P is still stuck in this area. Nvidia going.
Senior markets commentator Mike Santoli is here close time for his midday word. You're looking at the summer and the setup. Yeah. So for Apple and Nvidia.
There goes Nvidia.
What about everything else?
It's sort of leaning slightly net positive. I think if you just pile up all the evidence, there is one of these. It is one of these days where it seems like the rest of the market is a source of funds for the favorites, where there's the highest conviction. I do think that the market fully reloaded in the April pullback. I've been saying that for a long time. It just didn't feel like you really got people out enough so that they had to rush back in. And so what you have is an upward grind. It's a little selective. I think that might continue. It's very yield dependent. Right now, we're okay. We're absorbing this move higher in the 2-year. By the way, back up to 495. Not too far from the highs, because earnings revisions have been unusually strong. Why have they been strong? We know it's because of the big names.
All right, S&P is still grinding along.
It seems to me credit is giving you nothing to worry about. So none of the big stress points are really, getting your attention. To me, it's just more about exposures are relatively high. Sentiment was rebuilt in the bullish direction, and people recognize the bull case, which is, usually means things have to keep improving to help the market ahead.
Yields up, so to speak, for the right reason.
Yeah, they continue to be up for the right.
The data in the last week has been pretty good.
It's been better. Yeah. In fact, the economic surprise index had this little decline below zero. Now it's curled higher again. A lot of that is the surveys. But yeah, even the surveys, consumer
That's what I mean. The surveys, like today, confidence.
less bad is the way I would put it, because people think their own incomes might be better in 6 months.
All right, I'll see you on close bell. That's Mike Santoli. We'll do finals next.
Pay a debit, you need this stock to go higher above that break even.
Yeah, the interesting part of this spread is look at today's price activity. If you think that there's a surge up and it's going to try again, your break even is right there where the stock went to. So anything higher than today's high, which this is significant news.
Yeah.
So any breakout through that price, and this is a profitable trade.
Yeah, when you look at duration on something like this, I picked, just to lay this out as an example, I picked the July series. If you go out to the August series, so you give yourself an extra month, that would cost you about $7.50. So the duration matters on directional trades like this, doesn't it?
Yeah, time costs money, right? Because you would have another whole entire month for this to go in the money. So that is destined to could cost you. Now, on the other side, if you think it's going to happen really quickly, move the dates upward. But that's always the trade-off. You and I talk about trade-offs on this show every day, and your job as a retail investor in options is try to find out where that sweet spot is.
Yeah.
What's the best value for your debit?
This is, this is actually a good lesson because I looked at the August. It was $1 higher than.
And there's the exercise that people should be talking about.
Right.
Go through on the risk profile and put them in there and see which one is your preferred.
Yeah, you can be flexible and change the months. Going to June, that's about $4.50. So it doesn't give you as much duration, but it's $2 cheaper, right, for that same risk profile that you're looking at, where you need the stock to move higher. And if you pay $4.50 on the June, that takes your break even only up to $204.50. So it's all about duration. Start using in some of those guidelines. Kev, stocks kind of stabilized right here. We've got some weakness in the Dow Industrials. I looked at the healthcare is down.
Staples are lower, and that's
Walmart.
a big fraction of the Dow. Remember, you only got 30 stocks, so you get two big sectors like that down. And financials are also a little heavy in the Dow. So the sectors that are the weakest in the S&P are dominating the Dow.
Yeah, McDonald's down, Merck down, CRM's down again, Visa taking a little bit of a hit here. But it's all going to be about the consumer this week, right?
Exactly right. So
are you following the Halftime Report podcast? What are you waiting for? Look for us in your favorite podcasting app. Follow the Halftime Podcast now.
Apple App Store, and tune in 24/7 on SchwabNetwork.com. Stick around here on the Schwab Network. Next Gen Investing is coming up.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors. Named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 5 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with no monthly service fees or account minimums. Unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide. No overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also,
All right, S&P pulling back in.
is linked to your Schwab
Expecting tight price action today and into the rest of the week,
funds between your accounts is easy.
unless something changes.
Account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
No politics, no noise, from bell to bell and beyond. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
Ameritrade is now part of Schwab, bringing you an elevated experience tailor-made for trader minds. Go deeper with Thinkorswim, our award-winning trading platforms. Unlock support from the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders who live and breathe trading. And sharpen your skills with immersive online education crafted just for traders. Also, you can trade brilliantly.
All right, we're fading a bit more now. NVIDIA going the opposite direction.
Young lady, mid-30s, couple of kids, recently went through a divorce. She had a lot of questions. I watched my mother go through being a single mom.
NVIDIA just strong as can be. I'm very surprised, actually. I was hoping that we'd get some sort of consolidation.
Your clients don't care
No, 950, 11,000, 1,050.
Higher and higher as it goes into the stock split.
It's like up $200 since earnings.
Just like
Before earnings.
Basically, it's 113 right now. Could easily go to 125, 130.
Crazy. Bryn, final trade.
Uranium. We all like to talk about copper, which I like, but uranium, I think, is the sleeper commodity. Demand is definitely going to outstrip supply. I think it goes higher.
Okay, Josh.
Amazon, I think under 200 is a gift.
Target, I thought the quarter was pretty good, other than expenses, but that's going to drive product growth and easy comps ahead.
Diamondback Energy, and this is not a call on oil. This is idiosyncratic to the company. They sold the stake in whatever they have. They're going to use that to pay down debt.
Okay. Closing bell. I'll see you then. Stacey Rascon is going to be right here at post 9. Speaking of NVIDIA, perfect day to have him. Liz Young, Shannon Sakosh, Victoria Fernandez, former Fed Governor Rich Claret. I'll see you then.
Now seeing some weakness in the Dow, which is down, about 0.5%, but strength everywhere else, not huge though, and it feels, again, like I know we keep saying this, and it's sort of a repetition of last week, but it feels very reminiscent of summer trading right now.
Yeah, it really does. And we talked about this to close out the week last week on Market on Close, Jenny, where if you looked at the S&P 500,
Qualcomm still looking really strong. Qualcomm.
but basically for 2 weeks out, there was no volatility. You had to go 2 weeks just to get above 10%.
Qualcomm is gone. We sold the 200, 195 put spread.
Just coming along, quiet, not a lot
All right,
to
thanks.
And it seems like the same suspects are in the headlines to kick off this week. So we'll be diving into some of that news. And as always, we'll kick things off here with upvote, downvote. We'll chart and trade our upvoted names. FOMO today, we're looking at On Holding, as we did see a pretty bullish note following a really strong report out of On last weekend, but still a name that is now touching new 52-week highs on the session. We will also be looking at NVIDIA, as it did touch a $3 trillion market cap briefly on reports that Elon Musk's xAI is going to be raising more capital for its supercomputer, and NVIDIA, clearly seen as major beneficiaries. It's become now almost like the Mag 1 versus the Mag 7 at this point. But we'll end the show with Viking Holding, as that is
Low ticker at -800.
Post-IPO analyst coverage. David, really
Extreme low
interesting,
ticker
and
at
they command the luxury cruise.
You know, some of this excitement around On and some of the other brands I know is tied to the Olympics, and we'll talk about more about the company specific. I want to talk for a second. Does the Olympics move the needle still? Like, I remember as a kid, like looking forward to watching like the Winter Olympics and things. Like, I'm saying, like, elementary school kid. I don't know that if I were to guess, like over/under amount of minutes that I'll watch on the Olympics this time around might be under 10.
I always think it correlates to like the time zone in which it's being broadcasted. Like when it was in Beijing a few years ago, and it was like all off here. And I know it's selfish, it's the whole world Olympics, but that's how I view it. I'm like, you have to have an opportune time to air.
It's a good point, and I think that ratings in terms of like number of people watching worldwide will probably. It's one of the only things that brings together the majority of the world. But from consumer standpoint, you got to move the needle in the U.S. to really be selling goods. So to me, I just don't know. And with the time zone difference, we'll see.
I know, yeah, I'm not really sure if we'll actually see a material impact, but a lot of analysts say, hey, maybe we will. But we'll start off with those that still have earnings to release this week, which there's several names. I know we're in the earnings wall right now, but like I always say, it's always earnings season if you're a believer. We'll start off here with Kava Group, which did touch a new all-time high today, and there's a lot of excitement around its first quarter, especially as it does rapidly open new locations in the U.S. We actually just got one here in Chicago that I am excited to try, but it opened about 90 net new establishments in its fourth quarter, pacing to open another 50 this year. She's expecting adjusted earnings per share to come in around 3 cents, which would mark 65% growth on revenue that's also expected to rise about 40% from last year. Now, costs associated with these store openings will be a key point, I believe, on this earnings call. Plus, a lot of traders are focused on this restaurant-level profit margin, which rose by around 240 bips to around 22.4% of its sales in its fourth quarter. But over the last 3 months, we've seen nothing but overall profit estimates to the upside. 5 different upward revisions, no downward revisions. The only concern is the same trades at around 354 times its forward earnings, which is astronomical.
Low ticker at -800.
I was trying to make sense of this one analyst. I'm like, yeah, because there's all this potential.
All right, a little bit of selling there. VIX spiking up. NVIDIA at the highs. Looks like the high of the day for now. Not looking for big moves. Tesla pulling back. This time of day, we're generally looking for A, B, C, D patterns. All right, so B and C generally happens. You can see NVIDIA hasn't quite hit its apex today for the morning. Coming into lunch, looking for a B and C pivot on this one. If you're thinking about entries, we generally see between 11:30ish and 2. We see these dips, B and C pivots. All right, so that's what we're looking for on some of these stocks like NVIDIA, AMD. All right, looks like AMD might be putting in the high for the day. Look at your ATR. 100% ATR usually can start to see a little bit of profit taking. Okay, let's see what NVIDIA. ATR, it's 197% of its ATR. Apple's trading 92% of its ATR, average range for the day. Apple's at 92%. Netflix, a minus number, minus 25%. So pull back on Netflix, looking for buyers to step up. Same thing with Microsoft. It's off minus 52% of its ATR. So we're looking for potential for Microsoft to pop. Meta is pretty much flat. Minus 27% of its ATR. So it's gapped down a little bit. Tesla, same, minus 78%. So New York FANG stocks, keeping an eye on these, been trending higher. New York FANG, okay, it's been trending higher. It's a doji, spending top. Still bullish, 921 are still up and to the right. So we're looking for more follow through. Let's see what Rick Santelli has to say here. Hopefully I didn't miss all of it, what he had to say.
The metrics were just weak. If you look at the bid to cover, it was the weakest in SEP of 22. If you look at indirect bidders, it was the only metric that was near the 10 auction average. Direct bidders was the weakest. Well, I
Let's talk about the 5-year auction right now.
4%, but to find one that's even lower, you have to go all the way back to DEES of 21 and the dealers taking a whopping 19.5%. Now, granted, that's just the most since January of this year, but other than that, you'd be hard-pressed to find much bigger percentages for the dealers to get stuck with because the buffet table was still pretty full after investors were done shopping for those 5 years. If you look at the charts, you can see the response. Many times when you get an auction below average, you'll see a couple of basis point kick up. This is aggressive. 2s, 3s, 5s, 7s, 10s, 20s, 30s, all ratcheting up to the high yields, low price of the day. And many maturities traded below yesterday, or I should say, traded below Friday's low yields before this move.
Watching for B and C pivots. Just listening to Rick Santelli. Dell has earnings on Thursday. Don't forget, if you have a Dell position, watch for those highs. Maybe take some off into strength.
Before we let you go, what about people who say, hey, don't make too much of this. It's a Tuesday, it's a holiday, it's, thinly traded.
There's something to be said for that. This auction I gave a D-. That means there's one particular auction based on all the metrics of the day. It doesn't mean that tomorrow's auction won't go better. It doesn't mean that the Globe isn't going to continue to buy our debt. I'm just giving you a blow-by-blow accounting of the auctions so you can monitor as investors and viewers in general can monitor the trends of how demand seems to be moving as we continue to see bigger and bigger size coming to the marketplace.
And it was enough to spook the S&P, which is now
All right, looks like NVIDIA wants to go some more. Wow. Impressive.
Beginning of the other kind of problem, you say, wish we got to bigger problems. Certainly no one wants a deficit spiral and a debt deficit situation to be one of them.
And I think that's why everyone watches these auctions with such bated breath to hope, like, and people have already joked as the next phase of this cycle that everyone's happier to buy corporate credit and Apple and all this other debt than U.S. government debt. Unfortunately, U.S. government debt is whatever.
All right, so shaking the tree. We got some sellers right there. Now buyers are coming right back in. They keep buying the dip.
It's one day. I don't think we're going to get into that deficit.
Okay, speaking of buying the dip, let's go take a look at NYSE and NASI. This will be end of day, so it really doesn't help us, does it? New York Stock Exchange, let's see what. Okay. Volume oscillator is still moving lower. New York Stock Exchange, 2,000 stocks in the corporate, composite rather. Okay, so we got a higher bar following Friday's price action. Thursday, we had a pretty decent bearish candle. Thursday, trying to reverse that. Still got red elder sticks. All right, new highs, new lows. We want to see this stay above the zero line, and we want taller green bars. Okay, so that looks good. That's bullish. That's one indicator that's giving us a bullish signal. Let's see. Let me go to the S&P. The stocks that institutions commonly hold in their core portfolios, the XII. There's only 75 of these. They're the most common stocks that institutions hold. Does that look bearish? Looks more like neutral to slightly bullish. It's rising, but it's blue elder sticks. So that's telling you the pressure to the upside is slowing. Lower bands are turned up the parallel price. The 20-day is up and to the right. It's above the 50-day. Okay, momentum is clearly bullish. So these 75 stocks that institutions commonly hold in their core portfolios, you can see what they are. Okay, most of these people know. Let's look at the equal weight index. Let's see what the number of stocks trading above the 20-day is saying. Still diving. So this is not a bad thing. This is actually a good thing with the number of stocks trading above the 20-day pulling back. This is giving patient traders an opportunity again, like we had back in the third week of April, for this to turn back up. And if you recall, we were looking for the number of stocks above the 50-day to drop even further. We got the 20-day to drop down to 10%, 8%, but we didn't get the 50-day. It turned before we had that chance, and the markets took off to the upside. Okay, we're sitting on top of the 50-day. Now, this could go either way. So this is neutral to bearish kind of looking. If we drop below the 50-day, I would look for more weakness in the coming weeks. Right now, we're holding. So number of stocks above the 20-day, looking for this to turn up. Same with the 50-day. Okay. Let's look at growth and value. You would expect to see growth outperforming value again this week. It is. Look how far it is outpacing. This is the ratio between the two, between growth and value. That's the ratio, IGX, IVX. Okay, so IGX growth is pulling away value. That's materials, energy, financials, industrials, staples, etc. That's below the 21-day. Looks like a range-bound condition, double top. Whereas growth is taken off to the upside. Artificial intelligence, robotics, communications, semiconductors, technology, software, internet, anything related to tech continues higher. So that's a bullish signal. NVIDIA looks like it wants to go some more. Okay, so NVIDIA is going some more. I think Joe Terranova's got it right. Could easily see one 1250 before the split. I have no position in NVIDIA, unfortunately. I'm not going to trade it up here. Could have scalped it a couple of times, but I'm just going to pass for now. AMD, what's AMD doing? AMD is having a good day. AMD is making higher highs and higher lows. 1/10 the price of NVIDIA. NVIDIA, wow, it just looks great. Okay, so we continue to rise a bit more. People who took puts on the little dip there, probably getting surprised as the markets bounce. Bitcoin looking for the bounce. Pretty negative day on Bitcoin, down more than 2%. This guy on CBC reminds me of the gnome that you have, the little gnome statues you put in the backyard. A gnome with a suit and tie on. He looks pretty. That's interesting. Okay, so we push a little bit higher and they sell into strength. So looks like more of the same. Tight price action. S&P, you'd expect prices to stay flat. Okay, above and below VWAP is what we're seeing for now. Okay, S&P, cash, flat VWAP, the dark, bold line that's about to display on your screen is VWAP. Prices right at VWAP, 5,300 is major support that we're above. Apple's up $1, it's chopping around. Netflix trying to get some legs. Netflix is trying to get some legs in turn. Meta negotiating the highs of the day. Meta. Microsoft, can we get something going here? Okay. Google, looking for a follow through. Nothing happening on Google yet. AMC, GameStop. Okay, AMC pulling back. GameStop, what's GameStop doing? Memes. Okay, that pulled back to VWAP. All right, so we're looking for the dips to get bought. All right, so although AMC and GameStop are off the highs of the day, look for the dip to get bought. If the dips start to get bought, you'll see volume pick up like it was over here at 11:30, 11:45, and we'll see a move to the upside. If there's not, it's just, we're off for today. We got a doji for now. AMC, GameStop, same thing. GameStop pulling back to VWAP. We need to see same as what we saw over here between 11 and 12. Volume picks up and we pull away. GameStop starting to bounce. So you buy the dips once we see a couple of bullish follow through candles on this 5-minute time frame pulling back. No buy signal yet. Meta's flat. Okay, Meta. So you got a flat VWAP. So you're looking at range bound trades, highs to low, low to high, back and forth. Got a spinning top on Meta, trying to break above 482 would be good. Looks like stocks are just taking a break. We know that we're only going to see about $5 of movement on the S&P. Spiders. For the week, $5 in movement for the week. That's based on option prices that at the close on Friday, the dealers closing their books, going into the long weekend. The way options trade on Friday gives you insight into what you can expect in the week prior. That's in your watch list in the upper middle section. All right, looking for higher lows on Microsoft and higher highs. Amazon looking forward to do a little bit more. Just sitting on top of VWAP. NVIDIA looks like some profit taking. XAI billions in the first go round. All right, so we'll see how that plays out. XAI.
3-to-1 risk reward ratio. 138.75 would be below that break even, or below that support level for the break even. Neutral to bullish, so Jenny, don't need the stock to go higher, don't need to not go lower, just don't go below 140 by the end of the week.
You just somewhat hang out, and obviously things could
All right, they're talking Abercrombie and Fitch, talking about put credit spread, $1.25. Okay, let me take a look at that. Abercrombie and Fitch, a put credit spread. Okay, so that's the May 3rd. That's Friday's 140, 135. Friday's 140, 135 on Abercrombie. Okay, let's see what that looks like. Okay, I like the idea. A and F. When did they have earnings? Let's see. They have earnings. A and F. Retail performed fairly well this morning. Okay, Abercrombie and Fitch. Okay, so they report on Wednesday. All right, so that's a earnings play, it looks like. Abercrombie and Fitch. Last time around on March 6th, they reported pretty decent earnings. Growth is 266%. Revenue growth, 21% for Abercrombie. But it does report on Wednesday pre-market, so I'll pass on this trade. I'll pass on it. A and F. Looks good on the daily over there on the right. But I will pass on this one. Dick's Sporting Goods. NVIDIA is still going. Shoot, NVIDIA just won't stop. Won't stop. Wow, that's impressive. Okay, a little bit more profit taking. Flat VWAP. S&P flat VWAP. FANG stocks are not helping that much at the moment. Netflix did push a bit higher. It's trying to go green on the day. Netflix is off 50 cents. Amazon is up by 25%. Microsoft's down 90 cents. Yeah, consumer confidence was pretty impressive this morning. Let me see if I can pull that up. No. Okay. Okay, watching the volume. We are up quite a bit on NVIDIA, so up in the sense of price action today. I don't have a position in NVIDIA. Some of you do. We're up 200% of its ATR, so we could see some profit taking up here. I'm surprised we didn't see it already. A little bit of profit taking as we continue higher. Netflix is trying to go green. Netflix is trying to go green. Here goes Netflix, Amazon. Okay, Apple, no follow through. Apple's up $1. Netflix trying to go. Microsoft. Microsoft trying to go too. Let's see. Here's Netflix. Netflix. Okay, you can see Netflix is consolidating at the highs. Needs to get above 650. 651 would do it. Okay, that looks good. Daily. Okay. Netflix. Netflix. Okay, watch flat VWAP, so this could get stuck when it gets back to the high. When you got a flat VWAP, look for range bound. It's tested the low, the pre-market, and the morning opening low. Netflix bounced up to the highs, came back down. Now we're seeing Netflix back above VWAP, looking for a follow through. Apple pulling back a bit more. Microsoft trying to do something. Nvidia ruining some bears. Started their week. All right, I'm going to take a 5-minute break. I'll be right back.
With Ben Wittgenstein every weekday, 8 a.m. Eastern, Schwab Network. All the info from every survey. I'm Patricia Young. Earnings, data, the biggest headlines that move the market, all condensed into a few minutes. Download the Schwab Network app and join in on the latest market trends, available anytime, anywhere, on any device, for free. Recap your trading day with the rep, right here on SchwabNetwork.com.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. It's time for FOMO. Today we're looking at On Holdings making a nice move to the upside today. We're seeing some analyst praise. And here to discuss more on that and some of the recent enthusiasm we've seen in On, I'd like to welcome Caroline Woods, New Markets correspondent for Fullerton Network. So Caroline, I've not forgotten that you are an On enthusiast. So you have not only market research on your side, but also like real use of this brand, because I know you have several pairs of On. So walk us through this news here. Jenny, I'm so glad that I'm covering this story because I feel like I need to clarify from when we last spoke about it that I said I had 15 pairs. I mean, since I've been buying them since 2019, I don't have a closet full, and I actually realized it's more than 15 pairs since then, but I don't have a closet full. I don't have a closet that big full that many. I barely have 4 at home right now, so I'm glad I could clarify that. But yes, shares are almost 4% higher today after this upgrade. As you said, shares are up more than 30% this month alone after upbeat earnings, 21% revenue growth, a strong outlook. So really has been a strong performer this month, and overall so far this year up 55%. And Truist decided that now is the time to buy, upgrading On Holdings to buy and hold with a price target of $46, up from $34, pointing to meaningful growth opportunities across regions, channels, and categories. It says despite broader discretionary pressure, trends have remained robust and momentum continues to build for On. Says it's well positioned to gain market share from Nike as Nike pulls back on fan favorites as part of its franchise lifecycle management strategy. Also thinks trends favoring tennis attire and also On's growing slate of fashion forward collaborations should provide big opportunities for its growing apparel business, and thinks that growth will actually accelerate as marketing picks up heading into the Summer Olympics. So sees all of those as bullish catalysts for On. Sees about, call it, almost $4 change upside from current levels with that $46 price target, and inching closer to there right now, trading at 41.72. That's up 3.7%.
Caroline, seems like this is increasingly becoming the consensus amongst analysts that cover this stock. I see about 3 and 4 of them like it in the buy camp.
Yeah, 75% of analysts have a buy rating. Here's the thing, though. If you take a look at the median price target, it's $40 a share. And $40 a share is $1.67 right now, below where it's currently trading. So it seems like despite the fact that
Low tick alert minus 800.
after it reported earnings about 2 weeks ago, it seems like analysts either need to readjust those price targets to account for potentially more upside, or potentially that maybe we'll start to see some Yeah, and I mean, I think that overall, the price is so reflective of this, and we've had earnings that have been able to match. And I will say, to speak to your earlier point, I am a shoe enthusiast, but I cannot keep them all from my closet. So I very, very much understand. But it is, there's total brand loyalty. Because once you find a good pair of shoes that like works with you, it's one that you stick with typically. So I do think there's a lot of On enthusiasts, more and more so. Oliver Reich is another one that is a huge fan of the brand, which helps. And I think as far as like the overall activity,
All right, pulling back a bit more. S&P back to the lows of the session, perhaps.
and I should say, Jenny, I always think of you when it comes to Hoka's, and this analyst also upgraded Deckers, which owns Hoka's. So also looking at that aside. So it's not specific to just in the footwear category, not specific to just On in terms of this analyst bullishness. Also, obviously, like Hoka's and UGG, that's another Deckers brand. But yeah, I think that that's the key. Nike and Lululemon really, they have growth challenges, but it's also the fact that there's this competition. Nike, of course, with On, and then Lululemon with new companies like Gap and Levi Strauss. And so, yeah, I think that that's hitting the nail on the head. Just competition is tough, and it seems like On continues to gain market share. And, you know, I was talking about that 21% revenue growth in the latest reporting period. They were talking about for 2024, they're on track to achieve 30%, at least 30% on a constant currency basis, sales growth for the year. And that's pretty impressive given the fact that, you know, consumers are starting to pull back on some discretionary purchases. So I think that, you know, they did say on the earnings call that they're a further step in achieving their long-term strategy to be the most premium global sportswear brand. So that's cool, and they're certainly chipping away at that market share to achieve that.
Caroline, I'm not on TikTok. I'm not sure that you are not, but you mentioned Hoka, you mentioned UGG. I know that they're successful in their marketing through those channels a little faster. Social media that's kind of hitting a younger demographic. Is On pursuing a similar strategy, partnering with influencers, using TikTok or YouTube to get more customers? And it seems if you filter through that as your marketing strategy, it's a lot easier to find the winners than some of these legacy brands that are a little bit stubborn. Look at Nike, for example.
Alex, I am on TikTok. I haven't actually seen a big presence for On TikTok, but that just could be my algorithm is skewed towards not workout right now. I know there's a big presence here on the floor because they, of course, trade here on the New York Stock Exchange, so everyone wears On sneakers because they handed them out during the IPO. But I think that I'll have to get back to you on the social presence in terms of marketing, because obviously they're doing something right. I found out about them back in 2019 just from going into a sneaker store and trying to get a pair of sneakers that fit my odd feet, and they recommended, and I had never heard of them. But they've certainly now, I feel like I go into a workout class, I would say the majority of people are wearing them. Nikes are still very popular too, but they've become much more popular. So I'm gonna have to go to TikTok. I'm gonna have to go to Instagram.
So we know the morning session is the fastest, some of the fastest gains we'll see for the day. The morning session, we'll have nice run-ups early in the morning many times, and then B and C during the lunch hour. So this time of day is definitely a good time to take a break. Between, say, 11:30 and 2 o'clock, we're always looking for opportunities. So if I'm bullish on a stock, I'm always looking for the period between 11:30 and 2 o'clock for better entries, especially if I miss the morning run. So a good example is NVIDIA. Okay, NVIDIA ran up. It's still making its A pivot. It looks like it's well above average volume, over 200% of its ATR. So I wouldn't even consider touching this at this point, except for scalps. And even still, I'd look for a better entry like a BNC pivot. So that's just one example. NVIDIA looks like it's going to keep going. Tesla's turning the corner. So we're looking for BNC pivots. We're looking for people to come back from lunch. between 11:30. They'll take lunch 11:30 and 1, 11:30 and 12:30. NVIDIA continues to push higher. This is crazy. This stock is just on a mission. So NVIDIA looking very strong and continues to ramp higher. So the bears are in trouble, if there's any left. Good thing about all-time highs is that there's no one up here, not a lot of people up here to sell to you. I like the idea. I like it, Venky. Yeah. They added 7,700 more of the NVIDIA. Oh, wow. Yeah, they did. So a decent day if you're trading chips in particular. AMD, looking for AMD to turn back up too. And it is, right? AMD. AMD making higher highs and higher lows. AMD looks really good. Look at your favorite chip stocks, whether it's Marvell or Micron, Supermicro, ASML, ADI, Analog Devices, Intel, even Intel. You know, looking for Intel is a good risk reward. Intel making a higher low right here, looking for a higher high. Just so a lot of things going on in the markets right now. Just make sure you're not chasing, the morning session. If you miss the first hour, a lot of times you want to wait until 11:30, 12, 1 o'clock. See if you can't get a better entry on a stock that's otherwise bullish. There goes NVIDIA, looking very strong.
Trading the trending names every day. I'm Tom White, host of Fast Market, ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
My dad was a hard worker. He used to do side jobs, installing windows, charging something like $100 a window. Other guys were charging $400 to $500. He just didn't want to do that. Proud of the price he was charging. My dad instilled in me, always put the people before the money. Be proud of offering a good product at a fair price. I think he'd be extremely proud of me. Yeah.
No politics, no noise, from bell to bell and beyond. Schwab Network is available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Next Investing. Time to discuss NVIDIA. Joining us to help with that discussion is Anita Young, Senior Markets Correspondent for the Schwab Network. There's a story out there, looks like regarding X and its AI ventures alongside NVIDIA in some capacity here, Anita.
Yes, so X just got its
NVIDIA is still going. I got to put you guys on mute for 1 second.
which now
the NASDAQ without it, if NVIDIA was just simply unchanged today, NASDAQ would be down, let's call it 25 points. So we're at a point now where we seriously have one stock that is holding this market up. It's incredible.
It is incredible. And I think that the closest link, I mean, because I really tried to dig and because I'm like, where was it mentioned that NVIDIA would be like the primary beneficiary of this Elon Musk's xAI deal? It wasn't, but Musk's xAI does partner with Oracle for its data centers and computing chips, and Oracle did just have this major deal with NVIDIA for its overall cloud computing infrastructure. So I think that's like the closest link. But
No,
and
I'm
also,
saying this sort of tongue in cheek and sorry to.
I agree though. Totally.
We've already priced in that NVIDIA is going to sell more chips in the future. This isn't a secret.
Right.
Like, so at my point is just simply like, at this point, it's really, really hard for me to say that this is a fundamentally driven move. Look, I know NVIDIA's growth is amazing. It's worth a lot of.
Are there $2.5 billion? It's up $80. I mean, we're talking hundreds of millions of dollars. It's $5 billion.
Okay, we're pulling back a bit more.
And it pales to comparison with the valuation just alone of Nvidia, right? Or even what the expectation is.
Okay, Amazon with a nice little pop there, short covering on Amazon.
Also planning to boost their capital spending as well when it comes to the cloud computing infrastructure deal with Nvidia. So maybe that is a little bit more excitement coming through, and that's the connection as well, because we've always heard of huge investment, but now there's more.
Gosh, and I was just looking at the past 10-year stretches.
Netflix looking for a push towards 650. Netflix, Nvidia. I would take some profits off the table. Looks like some decent amount of profits being taken at the high here. Watch the volume. Nvidia profits taking.
NVIDIA is like off the charts. It almost makes me worried. I guess we were saying the same thing last week.
Yeah, no, there's a lot here, and they put the floor on it, but it's up $200 billion in market cap today. There's not a story you can write that makes sense in terms of how many chips it's.
I love listening to everyone trying to rationalize the move in Nvidia. Yeah, everything you said is true, but I don't know. Music's still going, so grab a chair. Make sure you have a chair to sit down in. Nvidia continues to pump higher and higher. I'm not participating because I'm looking for the obvious pullback and obvious base. That'll be my cue. Anybody's guess how far this is going to go?
NVIDIA follow the money. It seems like it is up around 7.7% here in real time. It's just so nice. But appreciate the insight as always, the media and market correspondent. We believe it there. Now we have next. It's time for Under 30. You're looking at Vikings Holdings with earnings out tomorrow, and a ton of analysts initiated on this.
Amazon, nice little pop in Amazon. Okay. Still in a flat VWAP though, so I wouldn't chase. Netflix looking a little better. Netflix flat VWAP here too, so we could see the high that we put in at 10 o'clock this morning, right around 648.50. Still going. If Netflix gets above 650, this could rip. Okay. Netflix, let's see what kind of option volume we see today. Netflix.
I remember when I first started flying, and we would experience turbulence. I would watch the flight attendants. They're not nervous.
Okay, another low tick.
Financially, I'm the flight attendant in that situation. The relief that comes over people once they know they've got a guide to help them through, I definitely feel privileged.
All right, we're selling a bit harder now. A little bit more selling coming in. We're looking for a narrow range, about $5 on the SPY this week, plus or minus. A lot narrower than the recent ranges, anywhere from 6 to 7, maybe even 8 plus or minus. This week we're 495-ish, based on Friday's options. Settle at the close. Okay, so let's see.
Catch me on Fast Market, weekdays at noon on the Schwab Network.
Marvell, we got somebody selling puts on Marvell. Let's go take a look at Marvell. Marvell, chips. More chip. Marvell looks pretty good. Okay, it's above the 50-day. It's trending. Marvell is trending. We got somebody selling puts, $400,000 worth of puts. Marvell, let me just plug that in. Marvell. Okay, Marvell. Let me see what the options look like on Marvell for potential credit spread. Marvell, I see a lot of puts being sold. The 80 put for December, July, June, and May 31st. Sell the 78 put to open. Marvell. Okay. That looks a little bit more risky. Buy the 85 call. That's a small trade. Mostly selling puts on Marvell. Let's see. They got 68% implied volatility for 2 weeks out. Okay, so let's take Marvell. Looks pretty good, right? Marvell. Okay, so I'm looking at potential credit spread on Marvell. Okay, so we had a little consolidation right there. We popped higher, 70. That's the 21-day. The 50-day is right below that, 69. Let's see what 69 looks like 2 weeks out. I'm looking for 20 delta or lower. Oh, that's the calls. So let me look at vertical puts. 2 weeks out. 70. Sell the 79. Buy the 72. 5 wide. All right. What? Something's weird here. Let's see. Sell to open the 79. Oh, that's why, because we're in the money. Okay, duh. Okay, we want to sell the 69, not the 79. 69. Let's try the 70. Nice round number. And buy the 65. Implied volatility is 66%. Okay, that's not a whole lot. All right, we continue to move lower into the range. Remember, we're looking for a doji today. Up down volume is mixed. Up down volume is mixed. Marvell. Let me see Marvell.
Specifically are not like water slides, not like all these different casinos on board, and they said that is their stance. Small children are also prohibited from most of their ships. So
No casino, you're saying?
no casinos. Even though you'd think it would be a casino concept because they're on a lot of these various rivers, but it's not the kind of, I think, riverboat I'm thinking.
Marvell.
It looks a lot like, for those who are familiar with the Chicago area, the architecture cruise.
Credit spread, bullish credit spread. Let's see. They're looking at 71 on the downside and 83 on the upside for this week. Next week, June 7th, 70 and 84. 70 possible.
No kidding. And you think like the Nile in Egypt, I wanted something to be like really crazy, and it's not. It's a very normal looking reverse ship. But Street is loving this name. We're getting a ton of initiations now ahead of their earnings, and of course post IPO, with this company went public on May 1st, did touch a new high today. But Stifel with a buy rating, $37 price target. That was as optimistic as I saw, and they pulled this.
Marvell. All right, I need to go out at least another week. So the second week of June, 614. All right, so what does that look like? 614, 70, and 85. 70. Yeah. Looks like I'm going to pass on this one. 70. Yeah, I'll pass on Marvell. Okay. All right, so SPY's pulling back pretty hard here. SPY pulling back pretty hard.
Customers not only are flocking and spending their cash on Viking, but they're doing it repeatedly, which is huge.
Yeah, I'm saying about 9 total analysts are covering it according to Bloomberg. It looks like the majority.
Apple
so
pulling back.
6 of those 9 are in the buy camp.
Airbnb sitting on VWAP.
JP Morgan, I also see Wells Fargo at a 35.
AMC flat on the day now. AMC's flat.
And then Hedgeye has it on a watch list. That's the equivalent to like
Boeing's drifting lower. Boeing.
neutral with a 29, and Morgan Stanley
Google
scrambling.
holding on the VWAP. Intel basically flat. It's up 31 cents. Intel. Netflix. Netflix looked like it was trying to do something. It's a flat VWAP too. Qualcomm. What's Oracle doing? They were talking about Oracle and
And I will say that it doesn't have the same degree of like growth expansion plan.
XAI.
Change. I think go figure it. I think that somewhat scares
What's Tesla doing? Tesla flat. Bollinger Bands contracting, staying above the 50-day. Okay, let's look at stocks. Let's do a run a scan, option scan. And let's look at stocks. With rising implied volatility. Okay, let's look at a few names. Let's go Tellurian, TELL. That looks pretty good. It's a penny stock. WBA. Walgreens Boots Alliance. That one just keeps dropping off. Implied volatility increasing. HPE. Hewlett Packard. In talks with some firms about AI. They were talking Intel and HP and the supercomputer that they're running. HPE was mentioned. That's the top of the range. Micron talked about that on the weekend video. Trending, trying to break out above these highs, 131, 132. Micron, Freeport, McMoran, Materials, that's holding up fairly well. Freeport, these all have implied vol that are rising. Nextra Energy, that's at the highs. Don't want to buy it up there. Look for a dip. Nike. Okay, flat. Nike. Geron. This is a IBB XBI play. Not much to see there. Consumer staples pulling back to the 50-day. Merck being sold. Merck pulling back below the 50-day. Looks like this is headed to the 200-day, folks. So if you're in Merck, maybe you want to cut your losses. Kava has earnings this week, right? Kava's at 52-week highs. Boeing, thinking credit spreads on this one just overhead, maybe the 190, 195s on Boeing. Doesn't look like it's going to get back above the 50-day. We got rejected at the 50-day, Boeing. Meta's flat. Let's see, India shares grinding higher. Tech Resources, another material stock, bouncing. Uranium, seeing people talk about uranium in social media. All right, bouncing. Archer Aviation, ACHR, that's the one with the helicopter, EV, whatever. U.S. Steel, implied vol is picking up. U.S. Steel, that one's probably going to sit down there forever. So if you're thinking about U.S. Steel, I'd probably pass and go to something else. Just me personally. FedEx, FDX, pulling back. And VIX, implied volatility picking up on the VIX. Okay, so VIX is starting to turn. I do have some VXX calls. Okay, it looks like it can only go up, right? So in the short term, I'm looking for this to pop up towards 13, VXX.
I'm Nicole Petalini, live from the New York Stock Exchange. Catch me on Schwab Network.
All right, we started off the day about 50-50 on the sectors, currently about 40-60, 40% green, 60% red. Semiconductors are still leading. They're trending. Okay, semiconductors at the high. It's not just NVIDIA, despite what you might be hearing on social media and broadcast networks. They can't explain it. It's hard to explain a stock that just keeps going. Eventually it's going to pull back. Yeah. Will it do it right now? Who knows? Price action is bullish though.
Trading the trending names every day.
All right, so let me scan for something else. Let's see. Unusual options volume. Let's take a look at that. Okay, Virgin Galactic. Haven't looked at this one in ages. SPCE. Okay, looks like a double bottom. Cheap penny stock. Virgin Galactic. Kava has earnings this week, right? Kava. ARM Holdings, Karen and Frano, and a few others. ARM looks really good. Okay, ARM looks really good.
Host of Trading 360 and the Watch List live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, where we bring you breaking news, experts, CEOs, influencers, and analysts. It's all available on Schwab Network.
ARM Holdings. Congratulations if you're in it with Frano and Karen.
Young lady who was mid-30s, a couple of kids, recently went through a divorce. She had a lot of questions when she came in. I watched my mother go through being a single mom. At the end of the day, my mom raised 3 children, including myself. And so once the client knew...
All right, ARM looks pretty good. It's above the 50 day. That's most likely going to follow through. Watch that lower band. Lower band is opening up.
Cut the cord on the way you get market news. It's Market on Close. Join me, Oliver Remick, for the biggest earnings coverage, insights from the smartest minds on Wall Street. Monday through Friday, 3 p.m. Eastern.
ARM Holdings looks good. Okay, grab your ARM.
Only on the Schwab Network.
Okay, looks good. ARM Holdings. Maybe some credit spreads on this one. Let's see, ARM. Let's take a look at when is their earnings. ARM Holding. ARM. ARM. Okay, they report August the 7th. All right, they missed last time around.
We will welcome in Dan Ives. He'll be talking tech. How about Apple, the upcoming Worldwide Developers Conference? So important what he's watching.
ARM Holdings probably keeps going for a while. RSI's got room to run, so I look at the distance between the 50 and the 70, 80 level as how many days can we see more upside? Okay, that said, where it's priced relative to the 50-day, 921 day, it's above all three. What does the volume look like? What is MACD saying? Stochastics. All right, so this looks like it could follow through. So you could sell a credit spread below 108 probably on this dip right now. 108. Let's see, vertical. Put.
For some of the biggest stories in the market, let's welcome in Kevin Hayes, host of Fast Market at Schwab Network, taking a look first.
Let's see, the 110. Sell the 110.
And those are in focus for this week, right?
Yeah, we have Fed speakers
By the 105.
to the end of the week when we get into our
That doesn't work. 53% IV. 110. 110, 105. All right, so I pass on that one. ARM looks good on the long side, but I'm not going to do credit spreads on it. All right, S&P continues to come down. It's going to test the low of the morning, looks like. Looks like it's pulling back. Okay, we're down below 5,300 now. We want to be above 5,300, not below it. Okay.
He also says the good news is they have time to assess the downward pressure on demand before they have to move. So
Remember, Thursday was a pretty nasty day. Okay, we had a respite on Friday. Prices moved higher thanks to NVIDIA, among others. Semis did well. So we had a down day, a big down day on Thursday, following FOMC minutes. Big down day Thursday, produced a bearish engulfing candle. Then we came back in. We didn't make it. We didn't close above the 50% level, 50% of the Thursday candle, but we did close above the 5,300 and we pinned here. So this area is obviously very, very important. So below, say, 52.95, 52.90, I'd be more bearish. Above 5,300, I'd be more bullish. Right now, I'm just watching price. See what price does. All right, so ARM Holdings is showing 117% of average volume. I see HCPG's talking about it. Maybe just straight verticals, call verticals on ARM.
And we just can't discount investor psychology at this time and the interest of them wanting to get into this market and continuing it. And that's where I think we are for right now at this moment in time.
123.
Probably had some FOMO and said, look, NVIDIA's doing so great. It's been amazing. I want to get in.
Okay, we got a little dip on ARM Holdings. If we bounce back towards VWAP, might be a nice little trade there on ARM. HCPG, ARM. ARM, HCPG, bullish note on X. So Frano's been in since the IPO. She keeps writing covered calls. That's a good idea, good strategy. Get called away, you can always buy your shares back.
Easily go higher heading into the split that we're about to see. And I think that there are people that want to continue getting into NVIDIA as well as getting into some of the other stocks. We've seen AMD as an example, who had a little bit of a scare last week, make up for more than that scare just today. Has been doing very well.
Okay, watching the 0-day setup. 0-day, we got very bearish looking TTM at the moment. We're at the lower Bollinger Band. Down volume is and up volume are mixed.
The Fed has been sitting in for a long time right now. The question seems to be, are they going to raise interest rates? I think that for the most part, the market believes that rates will come down at some point. The question remains when. When I look at
All right, S&P, get the bears to get short. Almost always a losing proposition buying puts at the low of the day. You want to buy them above VWAP. Once we start to drop below VWAP, that's your confirmation. Flat VWAP, not giving you much of an edge except for range-bound trades, unless you're scalping for 10, 20, 50%, 50 cents on the options. Watching ARM Holdings, above average volume on ARM. ARM Holdings. Okay, big candle today on ARM. BNC pivots, looking for a BNC pivot.
surgeries and healthcare.
Yeah, so right now I'm looking at consumer staples very seriously. It seems that some of the price increases that went into the Procter and Gambles of the world seem to be holding, not
Okay.
coming down. Yet those products are still being bought despite that. I think we'll see that continue. I think earnings are going to be higher. We're going to see the continuation of the Max 7. I think that's going to continue. Financial sectors look excellent right now as well. I think they have a nice clear road ahead of them. So we're still being a little bit cautious with what we're saying. We still like dividend-paying stocks as well as some of the sectors we talked about. And we still like bonds, and we're still laddering treasuries in parts of our portfolio. But overall, for a long-term investor, I think they're still in a good place to consider broadening their own investments to various sectors of the marketplace.
All right, so we're starting to see a bounce in ARM. Watch for a BNC pivot. If you're a new member, make sure you pay attention to this time of day because you have the run up in the morning. You can see with ARM, the run up in the morning, people take profits, they exit, they're done for the day. BNC pivots, that's where Midwest and even the East Coast and Midwest people come back from lunch. They buy here. We don't see it yet. We need to see the volume pick up. Need to see the volume pick up, and for the candles to start to reverse in the other direction. We're already up quite a bit on ARM, but should see a follow through tomorrow, I would think. Tesla's starting to bounce at VWAP.
But time will tell, and we'll see where we'll be. And I think the long-term investor does not have to really concern themselves with those kinds of projections, as a short-term investor. And I think it's a market that has a lot of challenges to it still.
Right. And what about international? Do you have interest in investing internationally or less so?
No, I think international is an important part of the marketplace. I think we're seeing international. There's been some talk of them reducing their interest rates internationally. We do see things picking up. We see things starting to pick up. We're hoping in China somewhat. We're seeing that Apple's numbers have been good in China. I think it should be part of every portfolio should be an international, particularly a long-term investment.
Yeah. And which parts of it? I know that, for example, Japan and India have seen a lot of growth. China's been a little slower in the growing side of things over the last year or two. It's been picking up a little bit. Where do you like, when say international? I would like to know and get some insight.
So I brought a little bit of the India. The India's been growing. I think it's replacing other.
Starting to see a little bit of a bounce in the S&P.
I still think you'll see a tremendous amount of, or better, I should say, better amount of growth coming in Europe. All of this that we're talking about is still in the background, not just higher interest rates, but political uncertainty in this country, which we didn't touch on, as well as two major wars that are still.
All right, seeing some shorts covering at the low of the day. We visited this area early this morning and reversed. We'll see if we can do it again. Tick cumulative is red. Tick cumulative, we got up-down volume is mixed across the indices. Bearish on the SPY, bearish on the NYSE, bullish on the NASDAQ Composite, the Qs, Diamonds, and IWM. Pretty much everything is looking like a doji, even with up-down volume, whether it's up or down. 1-to-1, which is telling you, look at SPY, for example. Up-down volume is 1-to-1, so we'd expect price to be a doji or spinning top. So that's exactly what you're seeing. Another spinning top inside of that Thursday candle. So we're looking for direction. No direction right now. Day number 9. Number 9. Day number 9 moving sideways. So bulls and bears are pretty much in agreement at 5,300, 530 SPY. If we manage to push and start to rise up towards 5,350, 5,400, that would be great. For now, though, we're just bouncing off the lows. Watch ARM Holdings, looking good.
seems to be outperforming some of the other metals at this particular moment in time. So we still like holding on as those, not just as a hedge, but to see where they are. And I'm not sure whether we
Okay, some of the FANG stocks look good. Netflix, Meta, Amazon, Microsoft, Google, Nvidia bouncing. Okay, not bad, not bad.
seem to be very strong at this particular moment in time. And a portion of one's portfolio should be allocated to holding.
Okay, I'm going to take another 5-minute break. I'll be right back.
And without getting too political, do you think that you will strategize your portfolio based on whether or not our incumbent Joe Biden stays on, or whether or not right now it's Trump as his competitor? How will you position or change the portfolio?
So those are discussions we've just started to have at my team here at the Wealth Alliance.
Yeah.
And as soon as, and we haven't really come out with a position on that as yet, but we've been in active discussions and trying to figure out the best way to serve all of our investors from now and when the election does finally occur.
Yeah, it's a thing. It's a thing to be prepared
It sure
for.
is
I
a
get
thing.
it, and that's why those.
It sure
it's a
is a
thing,
thing.
and so you got to prepare accordingly. So that's why those discussions have started. Seth, I understand fully. Well, when you come up with some ideas, we'd love to hear more on that as we get closer to November. It's still far away. I know it's still far away, so it's a little early for that question. But I appreciate you being so honest with us here today. Appreciate it. Seth Cohen, thank you so much of the Wealth Alliance. Good to see you, Seth.
Thank you so much. Nice seeing you. Bye-bye.
Coming up next, Kevin Horner is standing by. It's Technical Tuesdays, the key levels he's watching on the S&P 500, plus some recent trends to watch on Shift4 Payments and ASML Holdings right here, Schwab Network. We'll be right back. Empower your portfolio with the Schwab Network. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
All right, we're starting to produce what looks like bear flags for now. Okay, watching ARM. Nvidia bouncing, pushing back.
Trading the trending names every day. I'm Tom White, host of Fast Market. Ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
Welcome back to the Watch List. I'm Nicole Petalini, live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Some more movers in the market for you right now. Sports wagering.
All right, we're looking for we're looking for C and D now. If we start to bounce more.
Today, and this is all on a plan to raise taxes on that industry. The Illinois Senate passing a bill that could see taxes on sports betting gross revenue move as high as 40%. Currently, the rate's 15%.
The other thing you have to remember is that we're easing into the warmer months of the year. So a lot of people will be taking vacation. Price action will get a little bit more stagnant. So that goes right in line with what we're looking at on the watch list. If you look in the upper middle section, you can see the expected move for the week is much more narrow than we've seen recently, anywhere from 7 to 8 points of movement on the spiders, down to about 495. So take it with a grain of salt right now. Not looking for big moves in the markets. 495 is the expected move. $4.95 in expected price action movement gives us 434 on the upside and 424 on the downside. So got a 10-point range either side. So 5 to the downside, 5 to the upside, basically. 434 is the upside on the SPY and 424 on the downside. So if you want to trade outside that range, that's possible too.
Low tick alert minus 800.
second downtrend line, which basically deals with peak from May 14. And we're right in the midst of trying to break out of that, basically, right? Telling traders, hey, this was a great move from 56 up to 72, and now we've given back about
Extreme low, tick alert.
points of that. So half of the move up. This is an area of note. We also have the convergence of three major moving averages here as well, the 20 days, 50 days, and 200, all kind of strengthening that $64 to $65 support zone. So if you're, thermos trader, you're looking for opportunity, you could certainly tell yourself a story that presents a potential good risk versus reward opportunity here. If you're aggressive, some traders might get started as early as today if they can get a clean green candle out of the data point. But it's a real one that's one that probably bears watching over the coming couple of days to see if we get an absolute breakout or potential breakdown and maybe a failure here this level.
Okay, so that's what we have to watch for. I guess it could go either way. But now we have a point of this. And then ASML, another name on your radar.
It is today in particular because it's kind of following suit with some of the other semiconductors out there, and notably NVIDIA. This one has not been trending quite the way that NVIDIA has, of course, but it has previously moved through a very important resistance. So this one's intriguing on the daily chart because of today's price action, which takes you through a downtrend line created with our nice rally back in March, took us all the way up to 1,056. And today's prices would kind of indicate, depending on how you draw that line, that maybe that's a broken downtrend and it could be a spot where some new traders will give in and start to try an opportunity on the long side. What I think is really interesting, though, about the levels from which it has rallied, is that green line you see on the chart, which comes in right around 880.
Watching ARM Holdings, just running some scans. Apple still falling from the tree. It's off 20 cents. Apple's basically flat on the day. Chips getting bought for the most part. SPY pulling back a little bit more. SPY. The lows of the pre-market session were just a bit below this. Apple reversing at 192 and change this morning. Nearly got to 193, looks like. High of the day was 193 even for Apple. Okay, looking for a follow through in ARM Holdings starting to move higher. Let's look at a few of the stocks on the watch list. AXP, American Express, consolidating. Celsius, we're looking for a follow through in Celsius.
Extreme low,
Celsius had a pretty nasty morning. All right, SPY dropping off here. SPY pulling back. Right at the lows of the day right now.
My dad was a hard worker. He used to do side jobs, installing windows, charging something like $100 a window, and other guys were charging $400 or $500.
Looking for a bear flag. Celsius had a pretty eventful morning, pulling back. Elf Beauty is at the highs from the watch list. Fix, HVAC, we're looking for that to follow through. IBKR, Interactive Brokers, continues its trend higher. So one of the most well-performing stocks on the watch list, IBKR continuation. The JP Morgan NASDAQ Equity Premium Income ETF, JEPQ. That one continues to trade at the highs. Microsoft, Netflix, those are taking their time this week. Netflix look a little better. NVIDIA. Novo Nordisk, I forgot to look at that one earlier. Novo. All right, looks like the dip might get bought on Novo Nordisk, NVO. Blue Owl Capital, looking for that one to follow through. These are on the watch list. Blue Owl coming out of a tight Bollinger Bands. POWL at the highs. Okay, and Tesla, no go. OWL.
Accelerate your market knowledge and shift your perspective to the full year. Real-time and careful trade and full hour trading. I'm Tom White. Let's have it.
All right, S&P at the lows.
Mass market, ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
How's my favorite client? Great. I started using Schwab investing teams, so now I can easily invest in trends, like wearable tech. Trends. All about research. Sounds exhausting. Nope. Schwab's technology does the work. So if I spend
All right, S&P pulling back. VIX starting to move higher at 13. At 13 VIX, SPY puts are still very inexpensive. If you're thinking about potential for downside and you want to hedge, if SPY does roll over and take out the low, takes out the 9 EMA, we could see a move back towards a 21-day. We've had 9 days of sideways price action. We're below 5,300, so that's more bearish. VIX is starting to move higher. All right, we'll continue to move lower. All right, 0-day is more bearish as well.
Yeah, kind of a mixed session for the most part. Not a lot of information unless you're talking about the Dow that moved lower we're seeing, but the NASDAQ unwilling to participate and still in positive territory. But I wanted to take a look at the S&Ps because we're holding this level here right up near these all-time highs. And this is a market that's waiting for more information, simply put, but no rejection of all the most recent historic levels. Let's just start off with some price activity we're seeing today.
NYMEX diesel June futures settled at $2.46 a gallon. NYMEX gasoline June futures settled at $2.50 a gallon. NYMEX natural gas June futures settled at $2.59. NYMEX WTI crude July futures settled at $79.83 a barrel. That's up $2.11 or 2.71%.
Again, after that test of the March lows, if you remember back in April, which was somewhat limited in terms of ability to follow through the low 5,000.
Okay, watching ARM holdings. Looks like we could move a bit lower before moving higher. All right, so watching for a BNC pivot. It's no guarantee that we will, but we had a nice run up in the morning, nice volume, and the selling volume is very minimal for the most part.
Extreme low tick alert.
If you're concerned about the markets, take some puts as a hedge or trade VIX calls or VXX calls. On the watch list in the bottom panel are hedges if you need them, if you think you need them. We're starting to pull back a bit faster now. Nice job, Russell.
Low tick alert minus 800.
All right, it's a decent amount of selling. All right, we're pulling back. ARM Holdings pulling back. NVIDIA pulling back. Taking profits at the high. You got your A pivot. Looking for B and C. SPY continues to pull back. SPY. Okay. Okay, we're about to take out Friday's low.
Extreme low tick alert.
All right, so hedges with VXX or VIX, those are moving higher. Okay, we're about 75, 80% of the spider sectors are S&P spider sectors. 80% are red, 20% green. Semiconductors are trying to hold on to gains.
Low tick alert minus 800.
All right, VIX, VXX on the move. VIX at the high of the day. VXX calls high of the day.
Obviously, the large tech firms, whether it be Amazon or Meta or Microsoft, are all driving massive investments in both cloud computing applications using artificial intelligence, but also in the infrastructure. If you look at Microsoft's investment with OpenAI of $100 billion in a data center, I mean, that's a massive investment. So what I think you'll see, Nicole, is sort of a stratification of investment where large tech firms are going to be investing hundreds of billions of dollars over the next decade, and smaller tech firms are going to be leveraging that fundamental investment with applications that sit on top of that large infrastructure investment that big tech can only afford to make.
VIX still going.
Well, I think that, you know, Google, I'm sorry, I should have mentioned it. Google, along with Microsoft and Amazon and others, are going to make these fundamentally large investments in artificial intelligence. And
Okay, continue to move lower. A lot of stocks pulling back.
that, like I said, small and emerging companies will then leverage that fundamental investment into generative AI engines that they build. And I think you'll find also that those large companies will be competing for trusted content. They will be looking to acquire content such that the generative AI large language models not only are taxable right now on the internet, but they are taxable right now in bringing in trusted content that if they engage that content, people can rely upon the output that the generative AI engine comes up with.
I think you mentioned also Microsoft and OpenAI, for example, are working on plans for $100 billion data center projects, right? How does this help or hurt the U.S. workforce?
All right, starting to see a little bounce.
Onshoring these large data center investments are going to be building semiconductors in the United States to help fuel those data centers. So I only think it helps on the infrastructure level, jobs that are associated with that, but it's going to create massive, hopefully it will create massive amounts of small to mid-sized company investment that will, you know, create well-paying, highly skilled jobs that can sit on top of that that AI infrastructure, right? And so I think it's going to be a boon to the workforce.
Yeah. And so at this point now, when we think about there's certain jobs that may get sacrificed, but others that become opportunities, right?
I think you'll see like in any transformation, any technological transformation, some jobs go away, but many new jobs get created. So you will likely see
Still well within the weekly range. Expected move for the week. Still within the range. All right, 50% retracement on the NVIDIA.
skill sets that sit on top of the AI infrastructures and the businesses that sit on top of the AI infrastructure that are being created.
Tell me more about, yeah, I thought it was also interesting about some of the things, the big companies like you mentioned Wikipedia, Getty Images and such, and how a tech company may gain advantages if they were to purchase something like that. How so? What are we looking at here? You mentioned Wolfram, Alpha.
Well, Well, if you think about generative AI, should any cast of light in the information and brings back information? You have to determine because that information is efficacious or not. So the notion is that much like media firms acquire content from movie studios and creators, the same thing I believe will happen with generative AI firms. They will want to curate trusted, reliable information that companies can use in a trusted fashion. What you may see are large tech firms acquiring content that they can bring into their large language models, which then can bear essentially a trusted certificate such that if you're a corporation using that information, you know that you're using trusted information versus information that has yet to be validated.
All right, looks like a bear flag. Looks like we're going to move lower. VIX is still pushing a bit higher. VXX.
If they say, what's AI? And is this the best thing since sliced bread or whatever? How does it change my life? How do you simplify AI for folks?
I'm just saying AI is the next evolution in computing. We've become very familiar in the last 50 years with how computers operate. Now we're getting to the next stage where the computer will start to perform tasks in a semi-autonomous fashion, and they will augment the way that humans interface with computers.
Thursday's low was down there near 525. 525 was Thursday's low. Right around that area. Friday we managed to bounce, but we only made it about 50% into that, creating a spinning top, bearish engulfing. Okay, S&P. S&P. If it can't manage to hold the 9 EMA, we could snap and drop down to the 21-day. Still in the upper half of the Bollinger Band. RSI is drifting lower. MACD is about to cross downward. So this is just going to set us up again for another bounce. We could see a few days downside if this continues. All depends on whether or not we hold the 9 EMA. So just watch price action. If you need hedges, VXX calls or VIX calls. I like VXX calls personally. VXX. Looking for a bounce. It'll be pretty clear if these are going to fail. It'll drop below 11. I'll be out of that trade. Look for a push back towards the 50-day. Right around 13 and change. Same thing with VIX. VIX is at lows we haven't seen since December of last year. Okay, December over here, we hit 1181. On Thursday, Friday, we hit 1152. Now we're starting to see VIX, all right, with MACD and stochastics turning up along with RSI. If this was our stock, you'd be looking for a move back up to the 50 and 200-day. Bear flag on the S&P. Looks like we're going to pull back a little bit more. We've been in a 9-day range. So the other side of the S&P 500 is that this could be distribution up here at the highs, okay? So distribution, not out of the question. Could take a few days. Distribution in the sense that we could see a few days downside, okay? probably retest this 524 breakout zone. Even if we come down to the 21-day and then bounce, overshoot it and bounce. RSI is still drifting lower, MACD and stochastics turning. So we need to see these recycle and give us a nice setup. Probably within a couple of weeks, we'll see these reset if this continues. The other thing is we took a lot of profits off into strength. If you were following some of the things that we were doing, considering reducing the amount of stocks and positions we had open, reduce risk selling into strength. We did that last week thinking, okay, we've been up here for 8 days. What happens on day 9? Do we pull back? Do we continue higher? Or do we just stay here in this range? For now, neutral to slightly bearish. But definitely SPY, we could see this as distribution here at the highs. So we could stay up here for a little bit longer or drop. Best case scenario is we pop higher, obviously. But if we stay in this range, that's fine too. That'll mean the bulls and the bears are still agreeing on price. Google's starting to bounce. Google, Intel, no follow through. Netflix. Looks like another bear flag on the SPY. Looks like we're going to drop off some more. SPY. More downside. Bear flag. Another outside day. If we push a bit lower down to 526 or so, we'll take another outside day. Looking for another bear flag or not. Looks like a bear flag for now on SPY. With about an hour and 8 minutes to go, hour and 8 minutes. At this point, I'm just hedging with VXX. I'd be hedging with VIX puts as well, just hedging, not looking for big moves. We could see a move down to the 21 day, but we got to keep it within a 5-point range. That's standard deviation 1. So, had a nice pop in the morning, faded, went sideways, and now we're at the lows of the session. So, at this point, I'm just hedging, still looking for more upside or at least some retaking of the recent highs. NVIDIA looks like it's going to bounce. Much has been made about NVIDIA, only one stock holding up the markets. I don't think that's the case. I mean, I see other chip stocks that are doing well. Let's take a look at the heat map and see what's going on underneath the surface. Okay. Let's take a look at that. Okay, so a doji day, spending top, pretty much what you would expect. Bulls winning, bears winning, pretty much in agreement at the moment. If we start to slide a little bit lower, I'd be hedging a little bit more aggressively. This is all pretty much anticipated, with the exception of the strength that we saw in NVIDIA this morning. Okay, so there you go. This is what you're looking at the moment. Energy has a bid. You got communication services is mixed. Everything else is pretty much red on the day. Some of the tech stocks look good. Some of the semis, some of the software, etc. But generally, it's an off day at the moment. Good to hedge and hope for a bounce. Okay, shorts covering now. Okay, shorts are covering aggressively Let's see if we can bounce far and wide. A lot of stocks are turning. Apple turning off the low. Apple's trying to go green again. Nvidia's turning. There goes that 50% retracement. Nvidia.
Young lady who's mid-30s, couple of kids, recently went through a divorce. She had a lot of questions. I watched my mother go through being a single mom. At the end of the day, I raised 3 children, including myself. So once a client knew that she was hurt, we were open. The client would hear how much she was consoling them, how much.
Nice reversal bounce. Shorts covering. Nice bounce. Shorts covering. Nvidia headed back to the highs. A little surprised that they didn't let this drop a bit more. Test the Thursday low. But Nvidia is bouncing nonetheless. I think the market pundits are wrong in saying that Nvidia is the only stock holding up the markets. But I would agree that pretty murky at the moment. Amazon a little bit higher. Google looking a little better. Energy definitely seeing the most activity. Let's see. ExxonMobil. Haven't traded ExxonMobil in a few months. Still basing ExxonMobil. Energy. Okay, still. Okay. XES. Oil and Equipment Services above the 50-day. All right. SPY looking a lot better. SPY turning back up aggressively.
cinema, guys. Nvidia just tearing it up right now. But there's two main stories. One is Nvidia, the other is bonds. Let's start with bonds because it seems to be having more of an impact on the market today. The treasuries are down and TLT getting lower by a substantial amount. The 10-year yield really jamming now. And this is extending from last week. This was the move from last week that caused me to take the green light off bonds on my risk radar, which was that we had taken back all of the treasury gains from CPI. So the last time we saw CPI was on the left side of the chart, big drop down is what we got when the market was celebrating inflation on that last reading. And now we are
Netflix is trying to break higher. Netflix needs to get above.
Seem to give so much confidence to the market about disinflation of the Fed or how we wanted to read it. And so now
648. Watching Netflix pushing a bit higher. All right, shorts covered. Got a nice little bounce.
Might also look to crude oil maybe too. Someone tweeted at me today. Tell me what crude's going on. Tell me what bonds are gonna go. Not quite, but generally that's not a bad way to think about it.
Meta flat. AMD trying to bounce as well. Not as nice as Nvidia.
So it's a pretty big move here in the commodity world, where we've mostly been thinking about metals the last couple of weeks. Copper, namely, a little bit of gold action, but this is really crude oil today, back above $80. And as you can see, the correlation TLT there below generally is negative. Yes, a lot of that correlation happening up below with zero, but that's pretty short term when we're looking at the long-term correlation. It generally does tell you that WTI is going up, bond prices are going down. But like any given day or any given week, good luck trading that. But the point that that person did make does resonate on a day like today, where you're thinking about the general trend in commodity prices and the impact on bonds. With the WTI firming up again, not a coincidence that that's happening as yields are breaking back out. So something to watch here is who's back above $80. Now, as far as tech trade Nvidia goes, there's really just not a lot of knock-on effect right now we're seeing. In the semiconductors, yes, but it's got to make you scratch your head because the reports are continuing to show that Nvidia is dominant, early, first mover, and everybody is such a long ways behind. I think it's almost fair to say at this point that AMD and others rallying in sympathy with Nvidia just downright doesn't make sense. Maybe early on when it seemed like there was going to be a big expansion of the pie and a lot of companies taking part in it, but it's just not the evidence right now. We have seen that there are sales happening on data centers and general pickup and some of the other tech demand from an enterprise standpoint, but everybody's out in the world of its own, and projecting out to the rest of the market seems to make less and less sense the more that they cement their lead in the industry. The other thing that also you're just seeing is that when you move beyond semiconductors, I mean, not only within semiconductors does the quality of the financials.
Looking for a follow through and SPY. Netflix shooting higher. Netflix. There we go. Netflix. There she goes.
Taking appetite and willingness to speculate. And Bitcoin down again today and falling short of a higher high and meaningful on the chart tells us that we just don't quite have the same energy as we did in the first quarter of the year.
Netflix, watch it. Looking for it to push through 650. I know Joe K and a few other people are watching this.
You know what that is, Oliver? That is indicative of a summer market. Just not enough energy, not enough eyeballs on the market to carry it in a meaningful way.
All right, nice reversal. Shaking the weak hands out. We got a nice bounce.
not a surprising move for a first day after the holiday. It just the market moved. Nvidia had news out that helped buoy the entire market, but the rest of the market didn't follow.
Well, bonds are awake. Bond traders are awake. They're back in the office.
Yes, and the dollar went from
All right, let's go see what the number of stocks above the 20-day looks like right now. Growth and value, growth outperforming. Number of stocks above the 20-day continues to drop 35%. We're getting set up again, folks. We could turn anytime in the next couple of days. We could turn stocks above the 20-day. As it dips into the 10%, that means 90% of stocks are below their 20-day, and we're looking for a bounce at that point. That's where institutions will come in and start buying. Same thing with the number of stocks above the 50-day in the lower panel. Number of stocks above the 50-day. Last time we got down to 30% was the buy that we saw back here in the third week of April. Right now we're below the 50-day, so we need to see a bounce back above the 50-day.
Those concerns of, a systemic, time to bottom, just haven't been here. But to see it show up again today, right as things are moving higher again, we're starting to upset the apple cart a little bit of the kind of bullish fever dream we were in there for a couple of weeks. So Nvidia basically is moving on the Elon Musk story still, Jenny, by me. Wow, we've made a lot of progress since this morning. It's really one of the story.
Okay, so I have some pretty stats that it blew my mind. So I know it's not a new narrative that Nvidia is massive, but now it's worth more than Meta, Tesla, Netflix, AMD, and IBM combined. Its total market cap surpassed that of the entire German stock market today. Mind you, 18 months ago, its market cap ran up about $2.8 trillion, I believe at its peak. Today we're about $12 off of that, but at its peak, 2.8 trillion, which is we're closing in on this $3 trillion.
Okay, so we're looking for the number of stocks above the 20-day and the 50-day to turn and give us a signal. Right now, it's still headed lower. Watching the spider is turning back up, back towards VWAP. Nvidia, nice bounce in Nvidia. Looking for a higher high. Could see a lower high, so that's something we're watching for. There's a pivot right here, right where we are right now. Nvidia. Right around 2 o'clock, we turned right at this point. So watch Nvidia right here.
Is good for its peers. Like some of these distinctly not good. I mean, there could be some also rams and some backup and some cheaper products, but like I don't know this idea about buying up the competitors. Part of the cautionary tale in this article about Nvidia and the news coming out throughout the day is the fact that it was good for Nvidia that xAI isn't gonna make chips in-house. Right. And I thought that was good for Nvidia. But in the article,
Could still be a bear flag, so be careful right here. We really need to get back above 530, 5300.
watch now because like Nvidia's our market maker move basically. June 10th is when their stock split.
Okay, yeah, that'll be interesting to see what happens there. Because, well, you know, there's no question that there's going to be a different audience able to, you know, look at and trade now and trade options too, which is going to see what's going to go forward. Yeah, Nvidia, or rather Nvidia, you know, PEG ratio basically one. So, like, you know, you can't complain about it at this point still. But that moves pretty quickly higher than go down the list.
All right. So far, it looks like a lower high. We're not back above VWAP. We need to get back above VWAP and 5,300.
Yeah, the best rallies are ones where you have a lot of broad participation, a lot of stocks rallying together, and that's not what's happened over the last few days. We don't want to get too alarmed. Nearly 7% of stocks are above their 200-day moving averages, so the market's still broadly advancing. But when you get to earnings season, particularly toward the end of earnings season, you get companies that are reporting independent of their sectors, then they can really move the market, especially on a level like Nvidia, and it's not really indicative of what's going on.
So, what limits that broadening that participation? Every time it seems like we're about to make that big broad move, it gets stopped out. Kind of thinking about small caps too as just a very simple way to think about that. Small caps from Jeffrey 1200 again at the Russell, and we know those are rate sensitive. So, is it rate sensitivity that prevents the market from having like a full throttle broad rally, or what's going on?
Yeah, I think a little bit more of a positive bent on all of this. If you look over the last several months, really for 18 months, what we've seen is a broadening for a few months, and the market narrows a little more. A lot of times around earnings, because some of these mega caps produce just phenomenal earnings, and then it broadens back out again. So what you don't get is a true blow-off top of the narrow market, but you also you're still seeing where the leaders are. So, are we going through a phase now where maybe it's narrowing a little bit again? Yeah. We just need to make sure that it doesn't narrow too much like it did toward the end of 2021, when each subsequent rally was met with fewer and fewer stocks making new highs, fewer and fewer stocks above their average. That's really what would tell you that the bull market's getting a little bit too long in the tooth. So, look, market times have to start somewhere. And so we need to be on the lookout for it. But if we are going through that, and this is a dangerous narrowing, it's probably the beginning phase rather than the end phase.
Okay, and I'm reading through your notes and your commentary. You still long bullish, have been. What did you learn from this earnings season? Not done, of course. You still got some important names out this week, but the big giants are behind us. So what can we conclude so far?
Well, first of all, most companies did fine. Over 80% of companies exceed expectations. We know this team that played those expectations, but 80%. The S&P 500 is historically a very high number. Our quarter-on-quarter acceleration of growth. If we look at the biggest companies, what was a new phenomenon this quarter was the return of shareholder capital. What I mean by that is more companies increasing dividends, some even introducing dividends, and recommitting to large share buybacks. And last year we had a little bit of a dip in that buybacks, down 14%. The rate of growth of dividends, the S&P 500 was half the long-term average. And so to see that recommitment, I think is another bullish underpinning for the market that companies are doing that. And if you think about the biggest companies, it's amazing that they're making huge investments on the one hand, and on the other hand, they're returning capital to shareholders. It's really remarkable what they're able to do.
How much of that skews towards the top as well?
If you're talking about the biggest, it is. We don't talk about individual companies, but you don't have to be too imaginative over which companies are. They took, I think, the largest dollar dividend, not so dividend yield, which is percent of market cap, but just dollar dividend. They are the biggest market cap companies. So yeah, it's like that. I think that's one of the things small caps need to overcome, is that they're usually trying to get more capital. And that's the challenge with higher rates when they're so rate sensitive, is that if they need to borrow more, they have floating rate debt, or they just have shorter duration of their debt, that means higher for longer means that their cost of capital
see that as a predetermined eventuality? If we will cut because we're getting some action bumps in the last.
We're looking for a follow through on this bounce, a higher low, higher high. Amazon's starting to push. So the FANG stocks are looking a lot better. Zim integrated you're looking at? All right. So Zim, did that pull back recently? All right. Zim continuation. Had a little flag there for, looks like 8 trading days and broke out on Friday. Nice one, Frano. Netflix high or low? All right, higher high. Looking for a higher high now. Definitely would like to see a push through VWAP and a close above 5,300, 530 SPY. Got a ways to go. We got down here pretty quick. Okay.
Okay, understood. Hey, Ed, got less than a minute, but looking at election cycles, I know you just did some work on this too. Give me the top line takeaway from what the seasonality around elections means.
Yeah, so you hear Salamandro, which is the 6 months starting April 30th is the weakest part of the year. That's actually less true during election year. You get the market, the S&P, has risen about 70% of the time since 1950 during that sell in May.
That's a good point. Sell in May and go away usually works, but in election year, not so much. All right, looking for a higher high. Watching NVIDIA for push back up to the highs. Momentum players are definitely dealing with NVIDIA the last 3-4 trading sessions. Buying the dips, selling the rips, shorting the highs. It's not for the faint at heart. You got to be quick. You got to be used to trading this kind of action. I would just sit it out. We'll get a NVIDIA position at some point if price action dictates an entry after the split. What? What you want? What do you need? Hmm? Hmm. If you're bullish, we definitely need to see a move back above 5,300. There goes NVIDIA. NVIDIA starting to go. All right, there goes NVIDIA. All right, looking good. Okay, let me check a few of the other semis. AMD bouncing at VWAP. Meta, flat VWAP. Google, flat VWAP. Netflix, trying to make a higher low. And Tesla making a higher low. Higher high off of VWAP. Looking for a follow through. All right, so be very interesting. We trap a lot of bears and reverse this and start moving higher. S&P 500, nice turn on the TTM as well. Still, we've got down volume leading 1-to-1, but still down volume leading. IWM is starting to surface 1-to-1 up volume. Tick is remaining below zero. Histogram and tick cumulative are bearish at the moment. So there's no all clear, just dealing with volatility on the markets. VIX did drop off a bit from the highs. Not the best kind of price action to be working. Oh, sorry about that.
before they have the store. So still a lot of stores, but hybrid model as well.
Looking at the overall retail trajectory, we got pretty good consumer confidence again today. But some of the stocks have done really well. Is there an obvious
All right, a little bit of a fade. Right in the middle of price action. Back to VWAP.
We saw that in Walmart's earnings. They're one of the things the street loves about Walmart is that they're gaining market share with households that make over $100,000 a year, which shows that everybody's able to save a little bit of money. Costco has also been a great performer for us, and they have an earnings report coming up, and them being in the low margin, the low price business, and then using their low margins to attract more shoppers and drive, a 90+% renewal rate, which basically turns into recurring revenue, which is such a rarity in the retail sector. I mean, that's one of the reasons Costco has stood out so much over the years.
Okay, let's switch to electronics. Best Buy. What do they have going for them at this point? Because it seems like all the data from the semiconductor companies is that the trailing kind of cyclical personal device business is still pretty slow.
All right, so it's starting to sell again.
Some of the concerns are priced into the stock. Best Buy is a whole rated stock for me, and they're looking for
Okay, getting rejected now.
after some tougher years. It's a well-managed company that I think is
Okay, so there's a good deal of
their service model.
choppiness here.
One of the other things that's very, very tiny portion of the business right now is they have a healthcare business, which is actually using AI so that, if you have an elderly relative.
Okay, looking for a follow through in NVIDIA. Can we make a higher high? Volume, it looks like profit taking.
They've fallen down. So, right now it's a tiny portion of the business. But from my perspective, it shows the management's thinking about the future. They're thinking about recurring revenue.
You can feel those alternating flows, buyers stepping up and then people taking profits into strength. We're just below VWAP. I don't know. It just feels like we could pull back. I took profits on a lot of different positions, reduced my exposure last week, as I kept saying over and over. So I have fewer positions to be concerned about in my trading account. My IRAs, I'm not really that concerned about. NVIDIA looking for a follow through.
They're looking at a year of stabilization. One of the things that's a little bit better is in the retail sales numbers. Almost all the big ticket discretionary stuff has been tough. Electronics has leveled out a little bit, which is encouraging. So yeah, I think challenging outlook for Best Buy, but it's one where if there's good news in the call, it shouldn't take too much now for shares.
Okay, all right, understood. A little turnaround story potentially there. Thanks, Chris. Appreciate the analysis. Simple. Now we got Best Buy on Thursday. Coming out. Some interesting earnings block there alongside these foods. Coming out. Let's trade some options. Tom's going to join me. We're going to take a look at Marvell alongside Kohl's and PayPal. Marvell getting the semiconductor lift today. Kohl's, another retailer that's going to have some improving to do. Be right back.
No politics, no noise. From Bell to Bell and beyond. Available anytime, anywhere on
All right, nice follow through. Looks like we're going to go some more. Okay, Intel did pull back below VWAP, starting to bounce. All right, SPY's starting to go.
GameStop is on another wild rally today, but this time it's not because of Warren King. The company made $933.4 million in the after-market equity offering, selling 45 million shares. And it wants to use that money for general corporate purposes, which could include investments or acquisitions. But keep watching, guys, as we've seen with this stock in recent weeks. What goes up must come down. For all things GameStop and meme stocks, download the Schwab Network app and tune in 24/7 at schwabnetwork.com. Let's take a look at some options trading today's action. Tom joining in for a local Cold, PayPal, and Marvell. We also have Kohl's this week. Some troubled retailers, I guess the way I describe it. Tom.
Airbnb turning back above VWAP. Airbnb.
Thursday, option market pricing about plus or minus 9% move in the shares, $2.50 each way. So they're only expecting about an EPS.
You ever notice these things that they try to sell you on YouTube? Flashlight or an air conditioner or some sort of solar power. It's always some obscure student from some university, and they try to get you to buy. I hate these advertisements that are constantly on YouTube. I'm sure there's a lot of people get sucked into these things. You know, this flashlight that throws a light 8 miles away, you know, or that telephoto lens for your iPhone that you can focus, you know, a mile away. It's so ridiculous. I really hate those advertisements. They're so obvious too. Some smart student from some unknown obscure university invented some product, and now they want you to get you to buy. The newest one I've been seeing is the one with the you know, get rid of your home security alarm system. Just use this little doorbell camera. Costs $5. Just mount it above the door. I should just stop watching YouTube altogether. Crude oil up. Thank you. Airbnb back above VWAP.
Which I assume is a much more bullish approach. Right. They got earnings on Thursday, also Thursday after the close. I think people are wanting to inquire about, they've seen a rebound in the enterprise side of the business. This could be a couple more.
because data centers are expected to grow nearly 80% this quarter.
All right, Airbnb moving a bit higher. Watch Airbnb. It's an ABCD pattern. ABCD pattern. Okay, you got A earlier. Now we got a higher low. Here's A over here at around 10:30. Double top, and then we pull back. Looks like a B pivot. Looking for C and D. Back above VWAP would be preferred, and then watch the daily to continue higher. Airbnb.
This fiscal year, this is the first quarter. Fiscal year 26 AI revenue is supposed to be 2.5 billion. That's a 66% increase with what they're projecting. So will the AI segment of the business be able to lift the shares is, I think, the concern. We saw all buyers in here.
Okay, we need to get above 530. SPY 5300. Doesn't look like we're going to get above 5300's right there, so we're trying to get above 5300. Keep getting rejected right in this area. So above 5300 will push us back towards VWAP. If we continue to rise, you know that puts are going to monetize. All right, Bitcoin back above VWAP.
Earlier in the month, the buy now, pay later drama came out when the Consumer Protection Bureau came out and said that the interpretive rule that buy now, pay later lenders have the same standards as credit cards. So that's a concern for this space. Although Macquarie came out with a note, came out with a note and said doesn't see it impacting PayPal at this point. Last quarter, free cash flow of $5 billion in fiscal year 2021. Share repurchase at least $5 billion. So they're doing the right things. It's just that their growth has continued to slow. The stock's been going now for like almost 3 years. Yeah, it's flat on the year. It's off 8% this month. Yeah, it's been tough. Yeah, there's been invigorating some interest, in the business. So someone buying calls. Yeah, short-term May 31st weeklies are expiring just 3 days. Traders buying over 5,000 of the 60-week strike calls. Average decimal only 40 cents or 50 cents. Break even 63.50 over the next 3 days. Only about 2.5% above the current share price here. So yeah, somebody taking a shot here, really short-term positioning and paying out, but some decent news. Ad business has been pretty robust, just as meta platforms, Google, Alphabet, and others. So PayPal trying to get into that mix. Nice, okay. I can get some trades here. PayPal gets a little bit, and then we'll come back and shift gears into some market structure and what's inside the funds and indexes that Jabbar will talk a little rebalancing from last week with the Russell indexes. Then we're going to talk some gaming stocks, a little sell-off of the why analyst thinks that the FanDuel, Flutter, DraftKings, the downside is too much today on that Illinois taxation news. So we got some fun stories at the end, and then we'll come back
Okay, we need to get above 5,300. Come on, just push it over that. Okay.
Southwest Airlines is flat today despite a downgrade from August to hold from buying. The analyst said the airline faces a longer than anticipated road to recovery due to high employee costs and delayed aircraft deliveries. One notable feature about the Southwest chart is that it has two large downward gaps during the past.
All right, so rejected at 5,300. We'll stay down below for now. Coming into this week, we've got 8 trading days behind us. Today is day 9. If you look at the top right, you can see that we've been in a very narrow range right along 5,300. So either we hold 5,300 or push above, or we don't hold 5,300 and we pull back towards the 21 day. In either case, short term, we would see, a little pullback would be, I would say, a little bearish, but not super bearish. We're in the upper half of the Bollinger Bands. We've been consolidating the gains that we put under our belt since the last week. What is that? April. Last week of April, we started to rally. We rallied for 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Now we're consolidating. That's not so bad. Let's go take a look at junk. What we do need to see is more strength. We have about 60% of stocks are below their 21 day. 60%. Okay. Junk. Junk is signaling more of a sort of a fade kind of look. We're still above the 50 day. Could come down and touch it. You could also make the case for a double top or a range. Back into the range. If you look all the way to the left, you can see 93.50 is basically the top of the range back in December. So we're come back to 93.50 or so, the 50 day, and bounce. Still be pretty bullish. Watch the S&P. It's starting to bounce right now. So here's junk bonds, what I'm talking about. If you draw a line over here, you can see 93.50. We're right along that area, right at the 50 day. 50 day is right there. Okay, so we want to see RSI rising, not falling. Okay, so this is bearish to neutral. As long as we stay above the 50 day, we're more neutral. I guess you could make the case for neutral to bullish, but if it wasn't for these 2 bearish candles, I'd say yeah. IBB, another risk on, risk off signal. IBB is bearish. Okay, we came down to the 50 day, so this could bounce. IBB, biotechs, we could bounce. So this is bearish. It's another bearish signal. IWM, also another risky asset. Holding up fairly well. So that's 2 out of 3 that are more neutral to slightly bearish. And Bitcoin, we want to see Bitcoin get its act together. This is a risky asset that we've added to our risk on, risk off indicators because traders who will be looking for risk, don't mind risk, don't think the market's going to pull back dramatically, or Bitcoin, they'll buy Bitcoin. So you can see Bitcoin buyers at the low of the day. If you go to the 60-minute, you can see that Bitcoin is trying to hold this area, trying to get back above the 20 EMA daily. We're above the 20 EMA 60-minute. Also, advanced decline, New York Stock Exchange advanced decline. Let's go take a look at that. NYAD, cumulative. Okay, we want to be out of the area. Okay, the red area that'll turn green if we pop above, like we did back here in late April. We popped above. Right now we're a bit more bearish. Another bearish signal right here. And New York Stock Exchange advanced decline. Okay, we've seen nothing but buying since November. A little bit of pullback, a little consolidation, but still a very bullish trade. So that's advanced decline. You know what growth and value looks like? Growth is outperforming. That line's rising. Growth is outperforming value. So the value stocks, materials, energy, financials, industrials, those are kind of taking a back seat at the moment, dropping below the 21-day sideways range. We're extended away, so growth could pull back a bit. All depends. NVIDIA is starting to come back towards VWAP again. So we made a lower high on NVIDIA, lower high. All right. I would just stick with fewer. Ah, okay. You know what? It's funny you should say that. It's funny you should say that, Stephen, because that was my first thought. Yeah, I did the same thing with the last two blog posts. Okay, so that looks good. Yeah, I did that with ChatGPT for the last two blog posts. So, okay, so we got what? 8 minutes to go. 8 minutes to go. The closing bell's sneaking up on us. Airbnb still moving. Airbnb still moving higher. Okay. Airbnb moving higher. So, Stephen from New York City. Yeah, these last two blog posts were written partially by ChatGPT, especially on the fundamental side. So, yeah, I mean, it's very helpful. And actually, this Dorian LPG, that was another one that I wrote using ChatGPT. I just tell the ChatGPT search engine, write me 600 words on, LPG in this case, or NVIDIA, Netflix fundamentals and probabilities going forward for the next 4 to 6 weeks. It'll tell you exactly, it'll do the research. It'll look at market watch. It'll look at Yahoo Finance. It'll look at other writers out there. Very helpful. Very helpful. Yeah, there we go. Okay, looking for NVIDIA, a higher low on NVIDIA. And also with the ChatGPT, I just have to check, make sure that, I don't plagiarize. as good as Chat GPT is, I still don't trust it. I need to do my own research, you know. I need to see if it matches my style of trading. I like to use the 921 day, 50 day, as you know. If they're rising up and to the right, I'm looking for dips to buy. Intraday, I'm just looking at the 5-minute or 2-minute chart. I'm looking for price to be above a rising VWAP. I mean, if it matches those criteria, I mean, pretty simple criteria. If it matches that, then I've got a trade set up, you know. NVIDIA has just been outperforming way beyond what I anticipated. That's for sure. And, you know, you hear people on Schwab Network and CNBC saying, you know, it's one stock leading the market. Well, that's not true. That's not true. If that were the case, then the New York FANG index would not be rising. It's 10 stocks. Okay. Is that a green can? I mean, is that a bullish candle or not? It's a bullish candle, right? So it's 10 stocks. NVIDIA can't possibly move all these other stocks. Okay. It's trending. It's up and to the right. RSI is rising. So this is price action. This is not my opinion. And when somebody says something like the markets are moving higher, all on the back of NVIDIA, that's the only stock, that's just not the case. You know? So whenever they say something like that, I'm first to like check it out and see if they know what the hell they're talking about. Most of the time, they're just flapping their gums, bloviating, as I like to say. I love that word, bloviating. Makes you sound smart when you say words like that. So anyway, here's New York FANG index. It's rising. That's a bullish candle. Okay. It's a higher high, higher low. 9, 21, 50, 200, and 100-day moving averages are all up and to the right. We have yet to pull back to the 236. We pulled back to the 382 in this recent run up. Okay, from the October low, we ran up. We went sideways for 12 weeks, 16 weeks. We pulled back to 382. We bounced and followed through. We broke out. That's not my opinion. That's what price action is dictating. So there you go. All right, so we want to see price above 5,300 decisively. Okay, none of this pussyfooting around. We want this above VWAP. We want it above 5,300. That's the line in the sand right now, 5,300. Why is 5,300 so important? It's because that's where all the gamma is. That's where the gamma is. Okay, it's very sticky right in this area. Puts and calls. So we start to move to the right. We start to move up in price, 5,300, 5,310, 5,325. Those puts start to monetize. And we see a Vanna tailwind and we see prices continue to move higher. So that's what we're waiting for right now. Will they push this higher? The only way this is going to push higher is if institutions are buying the dip. You know, and the interesting thing about this dip right here, this sideways price action, the interesting thing to me is that we've already had a run up from November into March. We consolidated. We broke out. So what does this look like to you? It looks like a cup and handle, right? Okay, the handle's a little bit above the lip over here on the left, the end of March, the top of that lip of the cup. But we've got the sideways action. Now we need price action to confirm. The breakout to the upside would be confirmation. A pullback lower is just telling you there's more consolidation. So it's run up, consolidated already, and now we're starting to consolidate again. As you know, what happens in the handle is that the last few people, the last investors that are holdouts that are wanting to sell will get their fill and they'll be out of the market. And then we proceed higher because those sellers are now no longer holding prices back. So that's what we're looking for right now. We're looking for price action to confirm. This is looking really good, though. It's only 10 stocks, but this looks good. So if you're trading any of these names, Apple, Amazon, Broadcom, Microsoft, Meta, Google, Snow, Tesla, Netflix, NVIDIA. If you're trading any of those 10, you want to see this continue to move higher and hold above the 9 EMA. You don't want to see the 9 EMA roll over, none of that. And you want RSI to push higher and produce muscle like over here on the left. Okay. There's no divergence. This is positive and bullish price action. So there we go. So price is telling you, it's confirming that institutions are buyers. Okay. Whoa, nice and decisive price action there. Shorts covering. Nice rally, end of day. Nice move in a day. Okay, cool. Ditto, Frano. Take care, guys. Ditto, not Frito. All right, folks. We'll see you tomorrow. Take care. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's Tuesday the 28th at the closing bell. Have a great evening, everyone. Take care. We'll see you tomorrow.